Welcome to the B.J. Habibie Building. According to the institution's regulations and rules, we would like to present this safety induction video as a guide to ensure your comfort, security, and safety while being at the B.J. Habibie Building. Currently, we are in the Sumitra Joyohadikusumo auditorium. This auditorium is smoke-free. There are restrooms located outside the auditorium. The auditorium is equipped with emergency facilities, including emergency exit and fire extinguishers. If you hear a continuous alarm sound, it indicates a real emergency situation. Please proceed immediately to the designated assembly point or safe gathering area upon hearing the alarm. We kindly ask you not to panic, remain calm, and wait at the assembly point for further instructions. If there is smoke, cover your nose with a wet cloth to breathe. Avoid using the elevator and use the stairs during emergencies to evacuate. If you are able, use the provided fire extinguisher in the auditorium. In the event of an earthquake, protect yourself under a table, chair, or any nearby objects and wait until the situation returns to normal. and to immediately inform the staff if you encounter any unsafe or potentially hazardous conditions. Thus concludes the safety induction for the Sunitro Dayo Hadikusumo Auditorium, BJ Habibie Building. For your safety, please adhere to the regulations and have a productive day.
Now, I kindly invite everyone to stand for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. You may be seated. The Honorable Professor Dr. Agus Haryono, Deputy Chairman for Facilitation of Research and Innovation BRIN, Mr. Simon Flores, Counselor Development Effectiveness and Humanitarian, Ibu Amelia Fifield, CSIRO Director Southeast Asia, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Science, Management and Innovation Symposium 2025, Jakarta, July 30, 2025. To officially open this symposium, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Agus Haryono, Deputy Chairman for Facilitation of Research and Innovation BRIN, to deliver the opening remarks. To Professor Dr. Agus Haryono, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon izin saya memberikan sambutan dalam bahasa Indonesia karena tersedia interpreter katanya di sini, supaya interpreternya bisa bekerja dengan maksimal mulai pagi hari. Yang terhormat Counselor Development Effectiveness and Humanitarian, DFED, Bapak Simon Flores. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu dari DFED Australia, yang terhormat Direktur for Southeast Asia CSIRO, Ibu Amelia, yang terhormat Bapak Ibu narasumber expert dari CSIRO, yang terhormat Bapak Ibu panelis nanti akan maju ke depan, dan yang terhormat Bapak Ibu dari Koneksi, Bapak Ibu pejabat pimpinan tinggi madya dan pratama, BRIN atau yang mewakili beserta jajarannya, Bapak Ibu tamu undangan peserta simposium dan hadirin sekalian. B.J. Habibie, Bapak Teknologi, cakepnya mana? Saya ulang ya. B.J. Habibie, Bapak Teknologi, jauh-jauh pergi ke Kairo. Australia dan Indonesia bersinergi. Hari ini membawa CSIRO. Puji dan syukur marilah kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa yang telah memberikan begitu banyak nikmat, rahmat, karunia kepada kita sehingga kita bisa bertemu pada pagi hari ini dalam acara Indonesia-Australia Science Management and Innovation Symposium yang diselenggarakan dengan semangat kolaboratif dan pertukaran ilmu lintas negara antara Indonesia dan Australia. Saya menyampaikan apresiasi dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada seluruh pihak yang berkontribusi dalam terselenggaranya acara ini, khususnya mitra dari Australia, Koneksi dan Divide yang berkomitmen terus untuk menjalin kolaborasi riset dan inovasi bersama dengan Indonesia. Terima kasih juga kepada Bappenas yang terus mendukung kolaborasi antara Indonesia dan Australia dalam riset dan inovasi. Kegiatan ini merupakan wujud nyata dari kerjasama internasional yang tidak hanya memperkuat hubungan bilateral tetapi juga mendorong kemajuan bersama dalam bidang manajemen sains. Kalau sebelumnya kita sudah membuat program co-funding antara Indonesia dengan Australia, maka hari ini kita fokus dalam kolaborasi manajemen sains. Oleh karena itu, simposium ini ditujukan untuk membangun ekosistem riset dan inovasi yang baik, sehingga kita perlu belajar banyak dari CSIRO dalam mendukung berbagai kebijakan-kebijakan inovasi dan manajemen sumber daya dalam mendukung ekosistem riset dan inovasi dalam suatu negara. Tentu melalui kemitraan kelembagaan antara Indonesia dan Australia. Tema yang diangkat dalam simposium hari ini adalah sangat penting dalam menghadapi tantangan global yang sangat terus ya berpacu dengan waktu. Kita menghadapi berbagai kebutuhan mendesak dalam menyusun kebijakan riset inovasi yang seringkali berubah begitu cepatnya dalam tantangan-tantangan global yang mana kita harus selalu adaptif dan selalu menjangkau kebutuhan semua pihak. Sekaligus bagaimana kita mengelola sumber daya yang ada, baik itu sumber daya alam, sumber daya manusia, sumber daya teknologi, maupun sumber daya kolaborasi. Ya, ini perlu di-manage sedemikian rupa supaya kita bisa memanfaatkan sumber daya yang ada ini untuk kemajuan bersama kedua negara. Kolaborasi yang penting antara Indonesia dan Australia ini merupakan salah satu kunci pendorong dalam memperbaiki ekosistem riset dan inovasi di Indonesia, khususnya kebijakan yang berbasis bukti atau evidence-based policy yang tentu berdampak luas bagi kemajuan pembangunan nasional di negara kita. Bapak Ibu sekalian, mohon dimanfaatkan seluas-luasnya simposium hari ini karena simposium hari ini sangat penting artinya dalam membuat perencanaan kerjasama-kerjasama berikutnya. Kira-kira apa yang bisa dikerjasamakan berikutnya, terutama dari segi manajemen iptek. Kalau dari sisi kolaborasi riset mungkin sudah terwadahi dengan joint funding ya antara Indonesia dengan Australia. Tetapi dari sisi manajemen iptek, tadi saya mendengarkan yang hadir dari CSIR ini merupakan personel-personel yang sangat penting dalam manajemen iptek, baik itu dari sisi infrastruktur riset inovasi, dalam hal komersialisasi hasil riset inovasi, atau pemberdayaan sumber daya manusia dan fasilitasi riset dan inovasi. Saya berharap agar diskusi nanti yang berlangsung dalam simposium ini dapat membawa dampak positif dan ada hasil-hasil konkret yang dilanjutkan dalam kegiatan-kegiatan selanjutnya dalam konteks kerjasama antara Indonesia dan Australia dalam payung DFAT koneksi ini. Dengan semangat kolaborasi dan inovasi serta dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya nyatakan acara Indonesia-Australia Science Management and Innovation Symposium secara resmi dibuka. Selamat mengikuti seluruh rangkaian kegiatan Indonesia-Australia Science Management Innovation Symposium. Semoga sukses dan memberi manfaat bagi kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Profesor Dr. Agus Haryono. Next, please welcome Mr. Simon Flores, Counselor for Development Effectiveness and Humanitarian, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, DFAT, Australian Embassy, Jakarta. To Mr. Simon Flores, time is yours.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang terhormat Prof. Agus Haryono, Deputy for Research, Facilitation and Innovation, and thank you for your excellent insights about our partnership, Professor Agus. Pak Atul Lelono, Director for Research and Innovation Funding, Ibu Endang Sulastri, Director Higher Education, Science and Technology from Bapanas, my friend Pak Yos, terima kasih, Director Downstreaming and Partnerships from Kemendikti Saintek, Amelia Fifield, the Director CSIRO for Southeast Asia, and colleagues from CSIRO Australia. Thank you so much for the great discussion we had earlier this week and for your time in coming to Indonesia. Ibu dan Bapak sekalian, nama saya Simon Flores. I'm one of the counsellors working on the development program at the Australian Embassy here in Jakarta. I'm very lucky to work with the team from Connexi and CSIRO on these great initiatives. But today it's my great pleasure to be here to jointly open the Indonesia-Australia Science Management and Innovation Symposium together with Prof. Agus from BRIN. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, tidak ada hubungan yang lebih penting bagi Australia daripada hubungan dengan Indonesia. And in English, for our colleagues, that means for Australia, there's no relationship more important than the relationship with Indonesia. And these words were conveyed by our Prime Minister Albanese during his recent visit to Indonesia in May earlier this year. And what I note especially about that visit was that it was our Prime Minister's first overseas visit following his re-election for a second term, just to emphasise the importance of the Australia-Indonesia relationship. But today's event comes at a critical moment, as Pak Agus sudah mengucapkan, as we navigate a complex and rapidly changing global environment, we need strong partnerships now more than ever. And our two countries, Australia and Indonesia, as close neighbours and strategic partners, are extremely well positioned to respond to this complex environment and shape a positive future together. And indeed, that's what we've been doing through Connexi and the CSIRO partnerships. From Australia's perspective, we're extremely pleased that education, research and scientific partnership have been a cornerstone of our bilateral relationship for many years. And the Australian government is committed to further strengthening this partnership with Indonesia in these critical sectors. And this includes promoting innovation, evidence-based policy and research to commercialisation pathways. And I know we've talked about this already this week, and I'm sure that's on the agenda for today. These are really important issues that I think it's great that we're able to discuss and share our knowledge on. And also, for example, through Connexi, Australia is very pleased to partner with BRIN. We've co-developed and co-implemented a number of key initiatives, including an Australia-Indonesia co-funded research grant scheme on sustainable marine biodiversity utilisation. And I note that we've selected 11 research proposals for this funding, which is going to be co-led by Australian and Indonesian institutions. And I think the idea of Australia and Indonesia co-funding and co-leading research is really important for peer-to-peer learning and institutional exchange. So we're really looking forward to seeing the results of this groundbreaking research program. We also have, through Connexi, CSIRO and BRIN, the Science Management and Innovation Partnership. And through this, we're focusing on the events today and also internships, early incubation startup management and masterclasses for senior BRIN officials. Again, I think building those peer-to-peer exchanges. So these initiatives are an excellent start to establishing stronger linkages, the peer-to-peer learning that I've mentioned, and just bringing experts from Australian research, science and innovation sectors together with their colleagues from Indonesia. So not only I hope you have a wonderful exchange, but we hope this work will help build transformative and impactful partnerships between our two countries that last well beyond the work that we're doing here into the years ahead. So in closing, I would very much like to thank Prof. Agus again, Pak Atur and the team in BRIN for their strong leadership and collaboration in this Connexi CSIRO BRIN initiative. I also want to thank the amazing Connexi team who, as always, support us to deliver these amazing programs and events, and for the great collaborative work with CSIRO to bring everybody together. But seperti Pak, before me, saya mau coba pantun, jadi silakan berkata cakup. Mudah-mudahan saya tidak salah. Okay. Ilmu dikejar sampai negeri seberang. Symposium menjadi ajang tukar gagasan. Dengan hubungan CSIRO, Connexi dan BRIN yang terus berkembang, inovasi bergerak maju dengan semangat kebangsaan. Selamat berdiskusi semua. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Simon Flores. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear welcoming remarks from Ibu Amelia Fifield, CSIRO Director for Southeast Asia. To Ibu Amelia Fifield, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang saya hormati Deputy Chairman Prof. Agus, Councillor Development Pak Simon Flores, distinguished officials from BRIN, from Kemdikbud, from Bappenas, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's Australia-Indonesia Science Management Symposium. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and whilst I don't have a pantun to share with you, but I do have some slides which I hope will appear on the screen shortly. And from me today, you'll hear about three things. So you'll hear a little bit more about CSIRO as Australia's national science agency. You'll find out why we're so excited to be partnering with BRIN, particularly around science management, and you'll learn a little bit more about the Australia-Indonesia Science Management and Innovation Partnership and how you can get involved. So let's jump in. Next slide, please. Maybe we don't have our slides, but in the interest of time, maybe I'll just press ahead. So CSIRO is Australia's national science agency. We have around 5,500 staff, which makes us one of the world's largest multidisciplinary science agencies. But we've learned this week that BRIN certainly has us covered in terms of size, and we've been really interested to learn about the common challenges that we share as large multidisciplinary national science agencies. At CSIRO, we are an organisation that's particularly focused on impact and delivering impact through the science that we do. And we have, I guess, a real focus around, in particular, partnerships and translation as tools to enable us to deliver impact. As an organisation, we know that we deliver around $4.5 billion of value to the Australian economy each year through the science and innovation that we deliver. A key role in helping great science to bridge the gap between the excellent fundamental research that we see coming out of particularly our universities or our tertiary sector and elements of the Australia-Indonesia Science Management and Innovation Partnership. We have a great lineup of speakers today. We look forward to exploring some of these key issues with you. We recognise our friends at Connexi and the Australian Government for making our participation here today possible. Thank you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Amelia Fifield. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for morning tea, we will begin our group photo session, and this will be done in two parts. For the first part, may I invite the following distinguished guests to come up to the stage: Professor Dr. Agus Haryono from BRIN, Professor Mr. Simon Flores from DFAT Australian Embassy, and then Ibu Amelia Fifield from CSIRO, and then Ibu Ria Arif from DFAT, Bapak Raden Arthur Aryo Lelono from BRIN, and then Ibu Jana Hertz from Connexi. Please come up to the stage. This is the first photo session. The next session will be all the participants. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Photographer, enough? Good. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please come to your seat again, because we're going to have a photograph session with all the participants. Oh, we have token of appreciation from CSIRO to BRIN. Thank you very much. Next, we're having second photo session, and the photographer will take a wide shot from the stage to capture all the participants. Please stay seated and face forward. Put your best smile. Please come closer to the center because, okay. Please come closer to the center and please make it 2 layers because it will make the photographer easier to take the photo. All right. Let's count together. 1, 2, 3, more. Smile, please. 1, 2, 3, and then freestyle maybe? Freestyle, okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. You may now enjoy the morning tea, and we will resume it for 15 minutes. Thank you. The tea is served at the back, so please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kita akan mulai acara berikutnya pada 10.30. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the next session at 10:30. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session 1, Innovation Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin session 1, Innovation Policy Development. This session will be chaired by moderator. Please welcome the moderator for this session, Dr. Pascal Kleden, Head of Stakeholder Engagement Koneksi. To Dr. Pascal Kleden, time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you to this session on innovation policy development. Greetings and also welcome to those attending online. Innovation policy is crucial to ensure that innovation can be done and has concrete positive impact to industries, communities, and the environment. And for BRIN, innovation policy development is one of BRIN's core functions, along with research funding and research implementation. Today we have three amazing speakers. From CSIRO, we will speak about Australia's experience in implementing innovation policy instruments, economic analysis and impact measurement, and strategic foresight. I would like to invite the three speakers from across the breadth of CSIRO's work in innovation. To begin, please join me in welcoming Dr. Michael Battaglia, Mission Director for Towards Net Zero. This initiative brings together industry, government, and communities to support Australia's most challenging sectors such as steel, agriculture, in halving their emission by 2035. He's an expert in innovation theory and was one of the founders of the startup Future Feed and livestock feed that reduces greenhouse gas production. Welcome, Michael.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much, Papa Pascal, for your kind and generous words. And thank you all for this invitation to talk to you. It has been for us a fascinating few days, mixing with our peers in BRIN, and we've shared so much and learnt together so much around common issues and possibilities for the future. Thank you to Konexi, for the opportunity to have done this. First slide, please. Okay. Over the next 20 minutes, next slide, please, I'll cover 4 key points. How innovation policy goals are expanding, how this shift changes the roles and functions of our innovation system, how it influences our choice of policy instruments, and finally, how, as leading Australia's net zero mission to decarbonise our economy, drawing on that experience to show how we can focus, please go back, on complex societal goals that require both social and technical innovation. Along the way, I want to talk through some examples on issues that I've heard today over the last few days. That is, how do we align industry, government and research and development towards long-term goals? And how do we build monitoring and evaluation systems around long-term policy goals? Next slide, please. But first, I just want to start with a big picture. So we all know what innovation systems are. We're all experts in this area. And they are really that network of institutions that shape innovation and influence technology change. They involve all industry, government, researchers all working together. Outcomes emerge from that network through the supply of research outputs, the demand and signalling side that looks and directs that system, but importantly a whole series of functions that strengthen innovation in response to policy priorities. As we together increasingly look to tackle more complex goals around productivity along with social development, productivity along with climate change action, we see an increasing role for those strengthening functions in the system. Next slide, please. So just the first key message here, innovation systems can be viewed as having these 3 dimensions of demand, supply and strengthening activities. All are necessary, but the emphasis of each for public sector activity changes as we change the scope, scale and ambition of our innovation policy goals. Next slide, please. This is a framework that's often been used to analyse innovation policy. It's not an evolutionary scale. It's not that you pass necessarily through one frame to the next frame. And indeed, most innovation systems have aspects of all of these, and indeed it's possible for innovation systems in earlier frames to leapfrog to later frames. But it's a very useful framework if we want to look at where should public policy interventions be directed towards the particular objectives and goals of these different frames. It reflects somewhat a historical perspective of Western innovation systems. and may not be applicable so much to developing country and emerging economy systems. In the 1960s up until the 1960s or 80s, it was the first frame, the R&D policy agenda, that dominated the discourse. And this was broadly a belief that scientific discovery led to development through the process of commercialisation. And I'll unpack that a little bit more. In the 80s and going forward, the narrative shifted to one around innovation systems and the connections, as I showed in that earlier slide, as driving outcomes. And most recently, we see the limitations of a laissez-faire approach to innovation starting to be reframed around how do we incorporate not just productivity or economic growth, but aligned with those other deep societal challenges of sustainability, climate change, starting to look at how do we direct the innovation system to multiple goals. Next slide, please. So this first frame, as I said, really was dominant in the world up until World War II. And it saw innovation as a linear process of scientific discovery, development and commercialisation. The core idea was that public investment is directed to driving basic research, which then leads to new technological products that can be privatised by private companies, addressing market failures and promoting economic competitiveness. In this frame, innovation is seen as pre-competitive, with the state funding early stage research and the market demanding and then applying that at scale. In this system, the government's role was really around funding that basic pre-commercial research, investing in early stage scientific research, particularly in universities and public labs, to stimulate innovation and address market failures, providing finance and providing incentives and a tax system and tax breaks that drove that invention cycle. Governments had a strong role in protecting intellectual property and guiding technology adoption. Whilst potentially very constructive in generating new options, one of the failings that emerged in this system was that increased investment in research and development didn't always increase economic growth and productivity because of those other components, those strengthening parts of the system I showed earlier might be missing. And also it wasn't always possible in generating this whole series of startups and invention to ensure that they were directed towards broader societal goals, be those particular types of industry invention or social or environmental outcomes. And it assumed that large corporations were always the best to commercialise and scale innovations, which didn't always result in local or domestic advantage. Often the benefits were offshored to other companies. And it had a limited capacity to address complex systemic challenges. Next slide. I'll try and move through these pretty quickly because I want to really get to the purpose of them. So following that general observation, rising from countries like Japan and other places, that investment just in research and development wasn't always linked to economic outcomes, people started to think of this stuff that we all do as a system and that we needed to strengthen all of those components. And that it really was this view that innovation was more than just scientific inputs. It needed entrepreneurship, business acumen, policy support, institutional infrastructure. And I've heard a lot about that from your experts in the last 2 days. And indeed, there was a fantastic World Bank study that looked at why were trillions of dollars of development aid failing to stimulate developing country agendas. And it was really around this failure to realise that innovation required a layering effect through all parts of the innovation system. And there's also a growing awareness that local capabilities, tacit knowledge, local expertise were really important at embedding and scaling knowledge. And there's been some great Indonesian case studies or examples of that. Amelia was talking to me around Gojek and how it was essentially a localisation of the Uber model, but one that recognised the particulars of Indonesian transport system, highly based upon motor scooters rather than cars. And in another case, when we were involved with our Indonesian counterparts in the Australia-Indonesia project around ERISA, the role of those local universities we were working with in providing public-private partnerships was less about scientific and technical knowledge, but more around providing the context networks and situational knowledge to support the adoption and scaling of local innovation. It's a really important part in Australia and Indonesia of reworking existing knowledge to make it locally useful to drive the economy. Next slide. We'll move quickly forward. This last frame, transformational change, or if you want to term it jokingly, you might call it innovation systems yoga, where we recognise that we need to twist and adapt the system to multiple goals. That there was the recognition that globally that traditional economic development wasn't always addressing deep societal challenges like climate change and inequality, and that we really needed to focus more on directional outcomes. Now, that's not to sacrifice economic growth, it's to say we want economic growth with goals. And this is well articulated in BRIN's mission statement, that it's not an and or an or, and it's not an or, it's an and. We need to direct and use our economic growth to achieve social inclusion, to achieve sustainability. But it can't be a compromise because it provides the instruments and drivers for that. In this sort of system, and I'm going to talk about it in the case study examples I give because this is the area I've worked in, it's the role of government and policy to steer innovation towards agreed societal goals and to support emergent niche experimentation that creates alternative solution paths and creates mechanisms to engage diverse stakeholders. We had a very interesting discussion on Monday about breeder and the real importance of understanding the regional consequences of development in places of broader national objectives. Of course, this is really hard to do and requires a high level of uncertainty and coordination challenges and long-term commitment to change, and I'll talk about that shortly. Next slide, please. So key messages I have from that section, and I know there was a lot in there, is that as we change the scope and view of what will change, so does the many points of government and ministries that become involved. So this is a map from the OECD, and we have a similar situation from Australia, that shows that if you start to have this expanded role of innovation, not just to drive economic goals, but to be directed towards broad societal outcomes, you start to expand into multiple ministries, not just science and innovation, but energy, industry, treasury, education, immigration, all play roles through the provisioning of infrastructure, investment incentives, skills and training. So this slide, it compares the investment profiles of two countries, Japan and Sweden. Japan on the left, Sweden on the right. Japan focuses heavily on public research and industry R&D. It's typical of a systems of innovation, that frame two approach. Sweden, by contrast, invests more broadly and especially in system strengthening activities, things like coordination bodies or and in high-risk investment fund activities, innovation vouchers and other areas, because they're trying to disrupt existing systems and try and create novel outcomes. Next slide. As we build new industries and transformational change, the nature of support activities from both science and government passes through a sequence of requirements, from envisaging and road mapping through to that institution and coalition building, finally to demonstration and piloting. Next slide. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Michael, for that insightful presentation. And as you have highlighted, innovation policies is a team game and are indeed vital in achieving national priorities. And for Indonesia, economic growth is certainly one of them. And this brings us nicely to our next topic, economic analysis and impact measurement. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Catherine Nguyen, lead economist at CSIRO Futures, the strategic and economic advisory arm of CSIRO. Dr. Nguyen works closely with government, industry, and research organizations to provide forward-looking insights and policy guidance. Dr. Nguyen, it's all yours.
Terima kasih, Pak Pascal, for that warm introduction. Selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to be with you today. We've had a great trip so far here in Indonesia, including seeing research facilities yesterday and meeting with BRIN and ministry staff on Monday and learning about your research and strategic policies here in Indonesia. In those meetings, we learned that you are particularly interested in how we do futures thinking to inform our research priorities and our public policy in Australia. We also learned that you are interested in how we use economic analysis to measure impact, and in particular to measure the returns to innovation to show the benefits of our research for the economy and society. Next slide, please. Perhaps 2 slides. In my presentation today, I'll explore the importance of futures thinking, economic analysis and impact measurement in decision-making and value creation. I'll define the core concepts and discuss how they interrelate. I really want to highlight real-world examples that we've done at CSIRO, and I'll look briefly at the challenges of embedding impact thinking into practice. I'll end with some future directions and practical steps to turn insights into meaningful action. 3 slides, please. This one, perfect, thank you. I work in a team called CSIRO Futures, and this is CSIRO's strategic and economic advisory arm. We develop strategic roadmaps that combine science, technology and economics to guide Australian industries towards sustainable growth and innovation. Our roadmaps are tailored to specific sectors like energy or health, and we create them in collaboration with government, industry and research partners. Next slide, please. A key example of how our futures thinking and our roadmaps help to guide industry policy in Australia is in hydrogen. In 2019, CSIRO delivered the National Hydrogen Roadmap, which has since significantly advanced Australia's hydrogen industry, guiding national and state strategies. Since its launch, industry projects have increased from 16 to 90, while research projects grew from 23 to 468 since 2019. The government in Australia has also committed $17.5 billion in funding for hydrogen initiatives. And just last year, the Australian government launched its Australian Hydrogen Strategy, which guides our hydrogen production, use and export, positioning Australia as a global leader in hydrogen. And that national strategy included CSIRO's analysis, including techno-economic analysis and our review of key technologies. Next slide, please. We also develop scenarios of different future states. An example of this work is our Ag 2050 scenarios report here, where we developed 4 different future scenarios for Australian agriculture, shaped by different factors of climate change, global trade, technology, and consumer preferences. It aims to help our stakeholders explore how different choices and external forces could influence farming systems and their productivity and sustainability out to 2050. This report supports long-term planning by highlighting risks, opportunities, and strategic pathways for a resilient and thriving agriculture sector. This report is quite new. It was only launched last year, but since then it has been endorsed by our Australian Minister for Agriculture. It was also included in last year's government budget submissions informing research and development priorities for Australia. It was also featured in a policy document for the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, targeting their key decision makers to drive impact. And lastly, it has recently been highlighted in an OECD report on how futures thinking and scenarios inform public policy in Australia. And lastly, we also conduct economic analysis. So we might estimate the growth or revenue for a new technology-driven industry, like quantum computing, and we again use scenarios or assess the economic viability of a new technology, like hydrogen electrolyzers. But as well as looking forwards, we also look backwards to see what impacts have already happened. And I'll give you some more examples of this type of economic work in a few moments. Next slide, please. Now, before I go any further, I would first briefly like to discuss the role of economic analysis, futures thinking, and impact measurement in decision making. So in today's complex and resource-constrained world, futures thinking, economic analysis, and impact measurement are essential for guiding our strategic, policy, and funding decisions. They bring clarity and rigour to the allocation of our money and our human and environmental resources, helping decision makers identify initiatives that will deliver the greatest economic, social, and environmental value. We are able to compare options, assess scenarios and trade-offs, and forecast or estimate long-term impacts. And this analysis supports planning and also our choices, especially in difficult situations where there are high. So embedding this economic and future thinking or future focused thinking into our planning strengthens our transparency and accountability, and it provides a clear rationale for decisions, building trust with communities, investors, and policymakers, and ensures that every dollar spent contributes meaningfully to long-term outcomes. Next slide, please. So I mentioned there are some core concepts to define. When I'm talking about future thinking, we're talking about exploring diverse but plausible scenarios that anticipate change and guide strategic decisions. This helps organisations prepare for uncertainty by imagining long-term possibilities beyond today. Economic analysis involves the study of how people use resources and how we respond to incentives, focusing on the costs and the benefits of decisions. Impact measurement is evaluating the costs, the benefits, and the value generated by a program or a policy or intervention, and it's about its efficiency, effectiveness, and its overall contribution to society or stakeholder outcomes. I mentioned we use a range of different tools designed to think about the future, to measure impact, and to understand and show the benefits of research for the economy and for society. Firstly, scenario analysis is a method for exploring possible future outcomes by developing and comparing multiple plausible scenarios. I already mentioned that we use scenario analysis in our Ag 2050 scenarios report. Secondly, we often use techno-economic analysis. Michael briefly mentioned this, Techno-economic analysis evaluates the technical feasibility and economic viability of a technology to inform investment and policy decisions. It uses and combines engineering with financial modelling to assess performance, costs and scalability. It supports decision-making by comparing alternatives and identifying the most viable options under different conditions. And I'll give you some examples in a moment. Cost-benefit analysis is also a very widely used method. It compares the total expected costs of a project or policy with its anticipated benefits. It helps decision makers determine whether an initiative is worthwhile and how it might compare to alternatives. For example, we could use it to help determine whether investing in a new infrastructure project will yield greater long-term benefits than just upgrading the existing assets. Return on investment is a simpler metric that calculates the financial return relative to the cost of an investment. It's more commonly used in business settings to evaluate profitability, but it can also be applied to public sector projects where financial efficiency and saving money is a key concern. I'll also give you some examples in a moment. And lastly, theory of change goes deeper by articulating the causal pathways and conditions needed for changes to occur. It's particularly valuable in complex systems, again, as Michael described, where change is non-linear and influenced by many different factors. Now, each of these tools have strengths and limitations, and the choice, of course, depends on context, data availability, and stakeholder priorities. They also are not needed to be used mutually exclusively, but used together. We can combine them to get a stronger result. And it's also very important to communicate how the investments are justified and how the impact, to communicate the impact clearly to funders and the public. Next slide, please. So there are many examples of policy and program decisions shaped by these analytical tools. I want to talk about CSIRO's Gen Cost Report. Now, this was developed by our energy economics team together with the Australian Energy Market Operator, and it's the leading economic report for business leaders and government decision makers in Australia who want to plan reliable and affordable energy solutions to achieve the net zero emissions that Michael was discussing by 2050. This report offers accurate policy and technology neutral cost estimates for new electricity generation, storage and hydrogen technologies out to 2050. These estimates are used to support energy system planning and to help guide national energy infrastructure investment. The Gen Cost Report's methodology compares global electricity generation scenarios, so again using scenario analysis, but it combines it with cost modelling, so more of the economic analysis, with local Australian conditions to then estimate future capital costs. And in terms of the results, it shows clearly that renewable energy, like wind and solar, when backed by storage and transmission, remain the lowest cost options for Australia. This is very important to help guide public policy and investment. Next slide, please. A second example is on our sustainable aviation fuel. And again, Michael mentioned this work. CSIRO's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Roadmap outlines how Australia can develop a sovereign SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, SAF, industry to reduce aviation emissions and meet our net zero goals. It identifies local feedstock opportunities. We used feedstock modelling and techno-economics to assess production potential, how much we could produce in Australia. We also assessed the policy, the R&D and investment needed to be able to scale SAF sustainably. And this work was developed with Boeing and over 40 stakeholders, and it supports Australia's transition in one of the most hardest to abate sectors. Since its launch in 2023, we've seen some great impacts of this work, including it informing the federal and state government strategies, with numerous mentions of it in our green and white aviation papers in Australia. The work has also led to or contributed to $330 million in sustainable aviation fuel industry investments, including specifically $100 million New South Wales, so that's one of our state's government investments. Next slide, please. I would also like to give some examples of our work that measures the return on investment and that highlights the benefits of investing in science and research. So in 2021, we wrote a working paper called Quantifying Australia's Returns to Innovation, and it shows a macroeconomic analysis of the value of investing in research. It uses a specific adaptation of a methodology that we found from America, and it quantifies the relationship between gross expenditure on research and development and GDP per capita growth to estimate the return on investment in Australia. In more simple terms, that means for every dollar invested in R&D across Australia, this yields an average of $3.5 in economy-wide benefits. This analysis already accounts for time lags between when the investment is made and when you start to see the benefits, and it reflects the real-world complexity of translating research into productivity and other benefits. These findings underscore the strategic importance of innovation investment, especially as Australia's R&D expenditure lags behind our OECD averages. And what I mean here is that Australia spends about 1.7% of our GDP on research, compared to the OECD average of 2.7%. And this Australian amount has been going down over the last 15 or so years. And there are several reasons for this decline, including less business expenditure on R&D and also increased reliance on resource exports over more of our higher tech industries. And there's a current government inquiry into this with the aim of lifting this expenditure. But in our paper, we really wanted to highlight that increasing our expenditure on research could unlock substantial national benefits, and that better integration of innovation into our capital and our research infrastructure could accelerate these benefits. And we're very pleased to say that this paper has been discussed by our politicians in the Australian Parliament and has been used by them to justify more government investment in science and research. It has also been used by our Business Council of Australia, one of our key representative industry bodies, to argue the case for more investment in R&D. Now, before I move on, I was asked on Monday how we might conduct a similar study in Indonesia on how you would measure the returns to investment in research for Indonesia. And I think there are several key considerations that would need to be addressed. Firstly, data availability is very important. You need real, reliable data on the gross expenditure on research and the GDP per capita. Obviously, Indonesia's statistics, including BRIN's own data, plus other international sources like the World Bank would help, but data gaps, particularly in the private sector or the informal economy, could pose some challenges. The methodology would also need to be adapted to Indonesia's context. So the framework we took from America, we adapted it for Australia, and it would need adjustments to reflect Indonesia's economic structure, your sectoral composition, your different development stages. Indonesia's innovation system is more nascent than Australia's system, and the informal sector plays a very key role. So these would need to be carefully considered. The institutional and policy environment also matters greatly for this work. So Indonesia's innovation ecosystem includes your government agencies, your universities, and the growing startup sector. But coordination and what we call your absorptive capacity in terms of how you adopt technologies is probably also slightly different from America and the US. So understanding how this works is very important to interpret the results. And
Sorry,
finally,
Catherine, maybe 2 more minutes.
finish soon? Sure, no problem. Next slide, please. I might skip this slide, and I will conclude with a quick recap of the key messages of my presentation. So throughout the discussion, we've explored how future thinking, economic analysis, and impact measurement are essential tools for making informed strategic decisions. We've seen that robust methodologies like scenario analysis, cost-benefit analysis, and return on innovation can help quantify value, assess trade-offs, and guide resource allocation. Our examples hopefully show you how these, the real-world power of these approaches. And as we look ahead, the challenge is not just to understand the impact, but also to act upon it. So whether you work in policy or research or strategy, there are practical steps that you can take to embed futures and impact thinking into your work. Using tools like futures thinking, scenario planning, or theory of change to map your pathway to impact, and building impact planning into the project design, not just afterwards in terms of evaluating. Engaging your stakeholders early and often is also very important. Investing in capability and your teams. And finally, advocating for impact. Sharing your insights, challenging assumptions, and helping to build a culture where impact is everyone's responsibility. Because when we move from insight to action, we don't just measure the change, but we help to create it. So next slide, please. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for clearly demonstrating the value of economic analysis in shaping innovation policy and measuring impact. And building on that, our next presentation will take us into the future through the lens of strategic foresight. And therefore, our third speaker is Dr. Alexandra Bratanova, Senior Research Scientist at Data61, CSIRO's Data and Digital Innovation Arm. Dr. Bratanova, all yours.
Thank you so much. And thanks a lot to my colleagues and everyone here for having me. It's a great privilege to be here, and it's great opportunity to share and learn from others. I'll just get my timer, because if I go over time, we'll be late for lunch. So I'm working with the digital arm of CSIRO, and we are doing research in digital technology adoption, digital transformation to industries, and what it means for society. So my work, everyday work, is in humans and machines team, which is talking a lot about social and human side of technology adoption. So can I get my slides, please? That would be helpful. So in my line of work, I use data to tell stories. So as Catherine, we are writing reports to transform the information into insights, data into decisions. And strategic foresight is one of the tools, or one of the group of tools that we are using regularly. So I will be talking about why we use it, what we use it, and hopefully about how we use it in practice in our everyday life. So strategic foresight is a set of tools, and it's designed to provide us with a well-informed view about the future. So it's helping organizations, industries, governments, regional governments to navigate towards the better made decisions. It's not about predictions. It's not about having a crystal ball, unfortunately, but it's about providing the evidence-based decision-making support. So, and quite often it's an art rather than science, or an art on top of the science. So the Horizon, the strategic foresight's got lots of different types and tools that underpin it. And it's all about playing and selecting and choosing the ones that really fit your needs and what you are willing to achieve with the strategic foresight. I will be talking about three. horizon scanning, megatrends analysis and scenarios, and Catherine and Michael's work is, will be a part of what I'm talking about today as well. So there are numerous methods, and this is this publication is particularly useful. I find it useful. It's done by the Cabinet and Prime Minister, the Department of Australia. So yeah, for the details on the methods, I really recommend this as a playbook. So the first one that I want to talk about is megatrends. Next slide, please. So what are the megatrends? Megatrends are deep-set trajectories of change, patterns that are creating the opportunities, but also the risks of the upcoming decades. And we are using megatrends a lot in our studies to talk about the future, to think about the future. So megatrends can be described in an analogy of the Rips current, and the Rip currents is one of the deadliest things that you can find on Australian beaches, way deadlier than sharks. So rips take around 26 lives every year, and these are the currents that go under the water, and people without an experience and training cannot see them. So imagine yourself being on a beach, looking at where you want to swim, and this space over here, the nice water in here seems quiet enough to be going for a swim. But apparently one scientist put a dye in the water. They were able to show that there is underpinning rip. Can you get to the next slide? There you go. And this is the megatrends work in the same way. We don't really see on the surface what's going on, but we know that there is a strong current, trends and evidence forming up that is taking us to somewhere else. So if one person is caught in a rip, it's a terrifying experience. It feels like you're going to be taken off the shore and sent off all the way to New Zealand. So if you don't know what to do with a rip, you're in trouble. But if you know what to do with a rip, and that's what surfers use a lot, they just use it to their opportunity. So turning the rip into an opportunity is a skill. And that's what we do in strategic side. We turn information about what's going on, the trends that we are observing, into the opportunity to see the future, to foresee the future to the extent we can. And just like rips, they can be, the megatrends can be terrifying and scary, but also just like rips, they can be turned into opportunities for the future. So next slide, please. This is one of the reports that we released a few years ago, and that's called Our Future World. That's been the second report in a row. The first one was released 10 years before that. And this is the one featuring the 7 megatrends, or the 7 rip currents that we are seeing happening and forming our current life, but also the future in the next decade. So it looks at the 7 key ones, so adapting to the climate change, but it's looking at them from the data-driven, evidence-based perspective, but also from a positive perspective, which is particularly difficult for things like climate change. So the climate change one, adapting to climate change, looks at how the new realities of the climate change
Recording in progress.
A megatrend that is a lot driven by the global energy transition away from the fossil fuels. And it looks at the resource scarcity and pushes us into a thinking of how we can and how successful we've already been in finding solutions to the resource scarcity. And we've done a lot, and we've been amazing in doing that already. Escalating health imperative, a large megatrend, talking about the aspects of population health, aging as well, and what it means for the shifts in the healthcare systems and the aged care system. Geopolitical shifts, the one that we're experiencing at the moment, more even so than we were back in 2022 when we were writing this report, is talking about the geopolitical shifts, the landscape shifting, but also the emerging shifts in the and the disruptions associated with global tensions and conflicts. Diving into digital, that's a digitalization of our all lives and how we work and shop and live and play. Increasingly autonomous, that's automation across the line, it's everything AI, to be honest. And the final one is unlocking the human dimension. It is really about the human behind the machines and the human being the driver and mostly impacting part of this, of the economy today. So can we get to the next slide? So how do we get there? How do we define those megatrends? How do we find the rip outside of the whole water that is floating in the ocean? I wonder if you can do a small flicks for me, and I wonder if we can unhide the hidden parts. Can you just do a click for me? All right, so I'll just talk to it as it is. So it was meant to be, like click and then hide, but that's not seem to be working. Anyway, so we start with the background studying. So we'll do a lot of data collection, a lot of statistical analysis to come up, oh, that's working, thank you, to come up with bits and pieces of information, so the thousands of different trends sitting behind the megatrend. Then we do split them into groups, and that can be, you see here, geopolitical, environmental, economic, social, and technological. There are other classifications of trends as well, or groups of trends that we call it steep classification or pastel classification, but the idea is to classify them into groups, although they're very interconnected. After that, we do screening, classification, and prioritization, and that's where stakeholder engagement is coming very, very important. We'll talk to experts, we run workshops, we get people involved from all over the places, and every time we run a megatrend study, we are surprised about the depth of knowledge and expertise of people sitting in their in the particular departments or industries or stuff. So collectively, they actually know what's coming up, and that's always surprising to me to learn how much knowledge is sitting there about the future without realizing how much we know about the future. Then we do megatrends, so we collect them together and form them into the narratives. And after that, we sometimes go to scenario planning, as Catherine said. Sometimes we don't do the scenario planning. It really depends on the purpose of the work that we are working with, or the project that we are working on. Scenarios can be aspirational, so those that really drive you towards the outcome they want to achieve in the next decade, or adaptive, so really setting the scene of what's going on, how we are going to perform in a certain, collection of circumstances. Now, we will be doing it at the workshop tomorrow, so you're very welcome to see you coming and actually have a hands-on experience on scenario planning. We will be doing adaptive scenarios, and hopefully we'll be testing the policy ideas or policy options through the scenarios. Next one, please. Now, this is the short illustration of how we do scenario planning. So we normally do 2 axes of uncertainty, and the axes are defined as the most uncertain and most impactful part. Workforce, its future of work report has been very interesting and very well picked up by the industry and government. So we have 2 axes of uncertainty. One is the technology adoption, which is task automation, and another one is an institutional change, so adaptivity of society to the technological change. Every so often we go in 3-dimensional space, and that one was a bit of an experimental work for me with the Australian computer societies. So we went to 3-dimensional space when we talked about the blockchain, the future of blockchain adoption. It's a very interesting exercise, quite difficult to capture the 3-dimensional set of scenarios, but once you get it, it gives you an opportunity to test your thinking in very, various aspects. So that's it's also we ended up 3D printing the scenario set, so to make it easier for people to understand where they're sitting with their scenarios. So this is the way that we handle scenario planning. Next one, please. So why do we do megatrends and why do we do scenario planning? That's to test our thinking and our policies today. Because a lot of our decisions, especially in investment fields, but also in educational and other areas, have a high impact in the future. And we need to decide now what's going to be happening in the future. We can't just leave it until we know it for sure. So we need to decide where we go now. And scenarios and megatrends are helping us do it. So basically, next slide, please. Basically, what we try to do is just to take the decision or policy option and pass it through all the megatrends and see how it performs under different circumstances. Is it going to survive the rip? Is it going to make it to the shore? Or are we going to catch the rip and get our beautiful surfing experience? The idea is to test and make our decisions more robust. And we do the same with scenarios. Next one, please. Take your policy, take your objective, take your purpose or mission, and pass it through all the narratives of scenarios. Make your head into the future of this kind, that is like high technology, high social change, and see if your current policy sustains and effectively implemented under each scenario. That's basically why and what we do in scenario planning. Next slide, please. We use a range of other approaches, and that's been very useful to combine scenario planning, megatrends analysis, horizon scan with some others, such as next one, please. Geographical analysis. So this is the work we've done just recently. We put the businesses, AI patents, AI research publications, and AI jobs on a map and highlighted the clusters of AI companies. It's been very influential, this particular piece done with the Department of Industry, Resource and Innovation. Very interesting to see the geographical locations and hubs and clusters, and that's one that's been a conversation starter for many discussions around the investment in research and development around the country. Next one, please. We also use multiple criteria decision analysis, which is a framework to facilitate decision making. And in this particular example, this is the foresight for ASEAN plan for opacity. It's been used as a part of opacity dialogue. And it included a lot of discussion with the stakeholders and workshops with opacity members. Next one, please. The idea of multiple criteria decision analysis is to come up with criteria that matters to decision makers, come up with the set of options that are plausible, reliable, and interesting to the decision makers, and then chunk them into a matrix and use a magic utility function. But in many cases, we just use back of an envelope analysis to calculate the final impact of the final weights of criteria and how they are comparing. So the idea in here is to help prioritization. But also when we are talking about the high-level thinking or high-level investment decisions, it's a structure that helps those in a room to come up to a certain list of options, to a certain list of priorities. A very helpful tool to facilitate discussion. Next one, please. And this is an example of how we did the combination of 3 tools. So we did megatrends analysis, or we did it in collaboration with colleagues at ASEAN. Then we complemented it by MCDA, multiple criteria decision analysis, and we turned it eventually into a roadmap, which became an instrumental part in the formation of the ASEAN opacity plan of action for science, technology, and innovation for the next decade. Next one, please. So the megatrends were used to define the options, and our options were One ASEAN, so it's a coordination, collaboration, harmonization of regulation across the region. We talked about skills and talent, so access to education and skills mapping was a part of it. We talked about diversity as the core objective, so inclusion, access, and alternative perspectives for sustainability. Another option in our list was R&D and infrastructure infrastructure, finance and digital economy, the two others that were set up as objectives and as a high-level policy options. Then we took them into the prioritization. Next one, please. And through this multiple criteria decision analysis, we ended up with an agreed set of priorities, which was a great outcome of this session, particularly because we had 10 countries represented and they have all the different interests, vested interests, all the different opportunities, all the different purposes, but they had to agree on the same set of priorities. And next one. And then through workshopping, we ended up with a nicely laid out roadmap that became a part of the PASTI. Next one, please. So, do we always get it right? And the short answer is no. Not always right, but it's very helpful to understand and reflect what we get right or not. So those are two our Future World reports. And as we compared the outcome of the first one and the second one, we got most of that right, and lots of trends and mega trends that we identified back in 2012 actually hold. And they were consistently held over the decade, and they made their way into 2022 report. But surprisingly for ourselves, 2012 report didn't even mention artificial intelligence. So that is this thing that went above our heads then, and we could never think, or not only ourselves, not the team, it's a broad range of experts couldn't think of what we would face today in 2025 with AI being at our fingertips. Next one, please. And the reports that we've done, just as Catherine mentioned as well, spanning really lots of different industries. And so for us, an impact story is about having a chance to help the industries navigate their future opportunities. So we are going from industry to industry, and we are using the same standard, more or less standard methodology for a very impactful story for those industries. We worked with trade and trade-related reports, so global trade, investment, megatrends, broaden horizons is a piece for Tasmanian government. The blueprint for trade and investment with Indonesia was one of the pieces that we co-authored with colleagues. We've had a lot of work with transport, and they're going from report to report. Like the future of Australian sport is the second report of its kind. There was one on the megatrends, and there was another one on megatrends, and now we are writing a AI for sports piece. So it's very interesting to see and very impactful for us to see how this transformation of thinking is happening within government departments or companies. Next one, please. And this is the example which we quite often use as a company transformation through strategic foresight. So a few years ago, which is actually quite a long time ago now, we've been engaged to do a megatrend study for the company called GPT, and that's when our study has been taken on board very seriously. One of the megatrends that we predicted for them was the behind-the-scenes megatrend, and it was talking about the rise of logistics and warehousing around the online trade. That wasn't on the horizon for the company at that point, and they decided to sell a lot of their shops and turn into their investment in warehouse and logistics, and that worked perfectly for them. They just entered the market just when the online shopping was starting, and then through all the boom, they've been performing very well. Next one, please. So this is a timeline for our work in AI. And this is another example when we got something right and something wrong. So AI, artificial intelligence roadmap that is sitting in the very beginning, has got it all sort of right, but we never really predicted it or expected it to happen so quickly. We had no idea that it was coming that quickly. However, it was instrumental for a number of other exploratory projects and engagements. So AI, artificial intelligence, the second one on the list, the artificial intelligence ethics framework has been one of the first globally that set up the principles of ethical AI, and Australia is among the leaders now in ethical AI adoption and regulation as well. And since then, we've been working in this area constantly, and we are seeing a lot of interest from the industry as well, the governments, in this line of work. So artificial intelligence ecosystem has been a recent piece that's been published. Now we are working on the investment decision framework. It's already published on CSR website. And the industry applications are very interesting. AI for sports, AI for insurance, and AI for export opportunities. Next one, please. So where to from here? Next one, please. There's lots of foresight methods out there. They've been very helpful for many Australian industries, government departments and local governments to move and to go. So I'd encourage you to go to this particular publication that we co-developed with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Very useful playbook to think about what you may use in your future thinking and in your strategy making as we get into the time of highly uncertain and highly turbulent future. And that's probably it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra, for that very thorough explanation of the discussion in such a way so that we don't only listen and learn from the Australian experience, but also comment on the opportunities and perhaps challenges on how to implement those lessons in Indonesia. And we have 6 discussions. And maybe I would like to invite the first discussion, Dr. Yosu Nityoso, Director.
I have one question for each of you, or comments, yeah, perhaps. So for Michael, especially interesting to see that the innovation ecosystem consists of 3 parts: supply, demands, and system strengthening functions, right? And these 3 elements are interacting to each other, I believe. But in a system, you sometimes find that one of the elements is not as you expect. Say, for example, in terms of the demand itself, there are a lot of supply of innovations, but demand is not that high. And what should we do? What kind of intervention will be needed for that? My second question is for Catherine. So thank you for sharing about economic impact measurement and analysis that's being done by the organizations. So my question is on how we can, let's say, can be measured directly after we finish the project, for example, and then outcome and then impact. Yeah, how long we should do that? And in terms of the during the measurement, you mentioned about several case studies. Yeah, because sometimes when we do case studies, the case that we have is the case that have potential to be like giving a positive impact, like because we want to show that this is something that's giving. it's not as expected. What should we do with that? And my last question is for Alex. So thank you for sharing the use of foresight for, for planning, for developing or testing strategies that you mentioned, wind tunneling and everything is very interesting. And also how this used by the Australian government is something that we can learn from your experience. And my question is on the process of developing scenarios or the foresight that you do. Yeah, who are the person that you involve? Because scenario planning is mainly bottom up, right? When you involve people also to, developing the scenarios. Yeah, who are the people that you involve in the developing the scenarios? And also you mentioned about aspirational scenario planning and adaptive scenario planning. What's the difference between them? Yeah. And the last one is on the wind tunneling. Yeah. So after you develop the scenarios, you use it to test the strategies that you develop, right? Is it like that or not? And yeah, that's perhaps my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yoss, for such insightful questions. So your question you asked me, if I can remember after all those questions, is around the three broad classes of innovation system functions and how do we ensure they're balanced?
Yeah, if for example the demand is low,
yeah,
you have supply, but the demand is low.
So I think as you know, a functioning innovation system requires demand, supply, and those mediating or strengthening functions. The purpose to which you put the system changes where you emphasise those goals. As I was saying, we often focus very much on the supply side as the driver of innovation. However, as you've said, things like demand, the ability of our industries to take up or want to take up those activities, or indeed the ability of government to create directing signals for those is very important in ensuring that the supply side produces what we need. The bridge between those two is a lot of what my colleagues have talked about. To what extent can we use foresighting or strategic road mapping to connect the supply side through to the demand side and help us understand on the demand side what are the incentives, tax laws, immigration laws that might create better pathways for impact from that supply, but also a really important strategic strengthening function is and it goes to your third question that you asked, Alex, which is such a clever question, around how do we use things like strategic foresighting to create the dialogue and build the capacity between the different parts of our innovation system to pull together as Team Indonesia or Team Australia to drive those outcomes. So can we use things like strategic foresighting to convene those discussions between industry, government and communities to build outcomes? And can we use those sorts of analyses that Catherine alluded to give us insight into how effective they're being and how we should work? So in summary, my answer is we need all three, and all three working together can help direct supply, help us understand where to put the demand signals and ensure that we've got those parts of the system that pull together.
Thank you. So still working? Great. Thank you. I'm trying to remember the two parts of your question. Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the first part of your question was really about what should we measure and when, and the second part was what do we do if there are unintended consequences and that things don't go exactly how we had thought they would go. Okay, great. So what to measure and when? That is a very good question and something that we have to think about very carefully in our planning for our programs or our policy, and make sure that our design of it is as accurate as well considered as we can. And also in terms of thinking about, are we measuring the right thing to see if we're actually achieving impact? So often the things that are easiest to measure, like number of people attending today's symposium or number of publications, are an interesting measure of progress, but not necessarily impact. And so we have to be careful that we are measuring something that is more impactful, which might be something more like behavioural change or policy change or society change, which is very difficult to measure, by the way, very difficult, but we need to try. You also mentioned when we measure, and so time lag, I mentioned before that there's often a delay between when innovation or when spending and innovation happens and then when we see impact. It might take many years for the impact to be seen, and whether that's improved health or improved environmental outcomes or even economic outcomes. And so measuring too early means we might miss them. The second part of your question was around unintended consequences. And that is a real problem that we have to try and avoid. We can't always avoid it, but it's something that we have to try. And it's something I was going to mention, but I didn't have time. But even the most well-designed programs can have unexpected outcomes. Positive, as you mentioned, or negative. For example, a solar panel rebate where you give money back to people for installing solar panels on their house or business. That might mean more adoption of this technology, but unintentionally we might be giving them to more wealthier households or businesses that can afford that technology and can pay for it with that upfront money, leaving other people like renters or lower income families without. So we need to have mechanisms to plan for and detect and respond to these unintended consequences. And that's where scenario planning and analysis comes in, where we think about all the possible outcomes. And as we're doing the programs, we monitor to see if any of these bad outcomes are happening, and we change our plans. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your questions, and mine are on who we engage in scenario planning, and that relates to what Catherine's just been talking about. It's very important to understand the range of potential interest groups in the scenarios or groups that are being impacted by the policy or regulation. It's always critical for us to choose the right set of stakeholders and to represent a range, but still to keep it within the limits of what we can do if going through interviews. Because, I mean, we can be talking to people for ages, but we need to get things done. So for us, normally it's a range. For interviews, it's range around 30 to 50 people to interview for any foresight report, and some of that can be turned into the workshops, so we can workshop the ideas together. We always get people from the industry involved, that's necessary, businesses, small businesses, quite often depending on the topic of the piece that we are doing, we are turning into scenarios. Regulators and policy decision makers is an important part of this conversation, as always. Quite often industry groups provide very good insights, whether it's like a societies or whether it's like a computer society or IT group society or a transport group society. They are very, very they're very insightful in what they do, and that they are great to learn from for us. And we always have representation of the community groups that are likely to be impacted, and that can come in different various shapes. Some projects are different to others. So if, say, last year we did the research for Transurban, which is the largest toll operator in Australia, Canada, and US. So in that particular program, in that particular foresight piece, we talked a lot to unions as well, transport unions, because they have a very strong opinion. And the piece that we were working on is on transport automation, the truck automation. So what's going to happen to jobs of truck drivers when autonomous trucks kick in? And we were keenly listening to their input into our thinking, because they represent a large group of potentially mostly impactful workforce group. This year we are doing work for AI for sports, and the particular interest groups for us to engage is the representation of disability sports, because they have their own sets of issues and they have their own sets of concerns that we need to hear and reflect in the pieces. And another one that we've just been working last week with is indigenous sports, because they are also a minority but very strong and interested party in the work that we are doing. So broad range of experts, and it's always, we always have a consent in place, we always have ethical clearance in place, so anything we take from our stakeholders is kept in the best ethical manner for research and is used with a full consent. That's one part of the story. Another question was about the economic modeling and using the data to test within scenarios to test the policies. And that's definitely what we do as much as we can, and as much as the client for us, whether it's a department or industry group or a social group, is interested in. So if they want us to do the testing of scenarios, testing of policy in scenarios, we certainly can and willing to do it. So then that example with the work of Transurban, so what we did, the trends that were formed were put in the quite simplistic but very interesting, like straightforward economic model, and we were testing the time frames for regulation change. So what if it's 2026 when the regulation changes allowing the autonomous trucks on roads? What if 2027? What if it is 2035, given all other trends? And that was a very interesting exercise, particularly because it's at a point of discussion at the government level at the moment, but also because other trends are shaping the truck drivers' workforce in a way that they are aging way quicker than the average workforce in Australia. So they got deficit of truck drivers. So at some point, introduction of autonomous trucks might be a helper to the industry growth rather than a restriction to the opportunities of truck driving workforce. Hope it helps.
Thank you for those questions. And next we would like to invite Ibu Endang Sulastri, Director for Higher Education, Science and Technology at the Ministry of Development Planning, Bappenas.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Pascal, and thank you for all of the speakers for the excellent presentation. For Dr. Michael, your comparison of innovation investment profile between Sweden and Japan shows that there is no one-size-fits-all approach, and the policy mix is very critical. But for Indonesia, coordinating across ministries now is still a big challenge, and lack of alignment, of course, can make policy instrument less effective. So my question is, what advice would you give to countries like Indonesia that is still building strong coordination mechanism? Is there any specific to ask about, sorry. Yeah, I'm interested with your explanation about a clear line between outputs, outcomes, and also the impacts. And in many programs, like in Indonesia, we tend to focus on counting outputs because they are visible and easy to report. But the points that you have highlighted before, real success is not about how many activities we run, but whether they create meaningful change in behavior, industry, and also about society. And my question is, based on CSIRO experience, how do you strike the right balance between return on investment and also the less tangible measures such as social or environmental benefits like improving community resilience and then reducing inequality. So how do you strike this right balance between return on investment in economic aspect and and also with the intangible aspect? And then for Dr. Dr. Alexandra, it's about scenario planning that you have explained before. Your illustration about wind tunneling is also interesting. Testing strategies against a different potential future in Indonesia is still new. We often design plans for a single ideal future and hope that things can align, but in reality, it's always not implemented as we hope. So your example show us that how foresight can make strategies more resilient. And my question is, in your perspective, how to design scenarios that are realistic enough to influence policy choice, but on the other hand, how can we keep the scenario planning flexible enough to explore disruptive things like you mentioned before, or unexpected change without losing relevant to current priorities? So that's all my question for all of the speakers. Thank you.
What a difficult set of questions you ask. So your question to me is, I really couldn't give you advice on what Indonesia should do, but I can look at some very common issues that Australia has to those that Indonesia might aspire to solve as well. So I think Dr. Catherine talked about our existing inquiry into the research and development ecosystem in Australia that's going on, that's confronting the issue of low and declining research and development expenditure, and indeed particularly relevant and common to both of us is low business expenditure. And the findings are currently underway, but the broad emerging trend is that from the Australian government is that setting up a strong challenge-led
Jadi tidak ada jawaban nyata ya, untuk permasalahan di Indonesia. Bagaimana mengukur dampak dan bagaimana lebih mudah untuk mengukur output. Ya, saya sepakat dengan Anda. Itu juga sesuatu masalah yang kami hadapi di Australia. Jadi, sekali lagi, merancang program Anda di awal dan memikirkan dampak apa yang ingin Anda ukur, dan itu sangat penting. Jadi sebelum Anda memulai proyek,
feel like? Sure. And we find it very useful, especially for testing, as you mentioned, through this BRIN tunneling process. We find it useful to take a policy or take a solution that we are proposing today and drop into the future and let a decision maker look around and see how it fits. It's like, imagine yourself being on a camp and you've got your policy, your backpack behind your shoulders, and you're all of a sudden out of your camp, out of your tent, looking into the dark forest in front of you. You don't see anything, and all of a sudden you hear a noise, and this is like, trend that you don't really understand where it's coming from. Is it just a wind? Is it like a little mouse or like a bear coming your way? Talking as Russian, it can be a bear. So you don't know what's going on in front of you, but you feel scared about your future, which is just about to approach. And all you have is like your policy. So you take a torch, which is your strategic foresight, and you make a point, and that's your light spot, gives you a bit of information of what is there. And at least you can tell by the color or by the structure that's, it's not bare fur, it's a bit of leaves. And then you take another light spot, another light spot, another light spot, and you have a general understanding that what is in front of you is not that scary anymore. And what is in front of you is something you're genuinely familiar with and can live with that. So that's an analogy of foresight and scenarios. There is no way the scenarios are going to be perfect. And as a colleague of mine who is one of the leaders in our megatrends, and he wrote a book on megatrends, he always says that we can create 1,000 scenarios and none of them is going to be right. So all we do is we are trying to light up the future a little bit for us, given what we know now. And what we know now is surprisingly a lot. So we are trying to structure it such that this informs our future, but no way we can, perfectly guess what's ahead of us. And when it comes to the policies and aspirational versus adoptive scenarios, we can hardly change a lot of things. So that's why we need megatrends as directions for us. So the things that we can't change, and we can't. All we can do is to adjust. But to adjust successfully, we need to be prepared, and that's where foresight comes very handy.
Thank you, Wendang, for those questions and comments. We are 14 minutes over time, but of course we still would like to give the opportunity to all the discussants. But mohon izin, Prof. Agus and Pak Arthur, but maybe I would like to encourage the discussants and the speakers to be more succinct in their questions and responses. Thank you. And next, maybe we would like to invite Dr. Hairul Rizal, Director of Measurement and
So hard question, Michael. Just some comments, mainly about policy and setting up instruments, but I think we need also start to think to engage also the financial sectors, the bank and the the institution that have the money actually. Well, I think we need to start to think to invite financial sectors to as our main stakeholders in setting up a policy or policy instruments, because the real money actually is in their institution. So this based on our condition, our research and innovation landscape in Indonesia. I tell you that most of the research and innovation still drive or dominated by the government, by the public fund here in Indonesia. Nearly 80%, to be honest. But we want to change it, to transform it, make it more industry business entities to conduct research, but we're thinking by involving financial sectors like bank and so on, it will boost up, or at least provide incentive for the business to invest more on research and innovation. But the question is how. If Australia and CSIRO have experience on that, maybe you could share a little bit about the way of doing that. And for Catherine, I know measuring impact, I agree with you, is quite hard. We also measuring economic impact in my unit, using export data. We monitor how much high-end product we export to other country. We monitor product by product even too, and also we using a gross, I call it still gross, still a TFP if you know it. Total factor productivity is a gross measurement to to claim this economy grow and research and development contribute this much for the growth, right? But it's a gross measurement, I would say. I should admit that, and the challenge is how to make it, the attribution. I mean, how can we sure that these changes in terms of the FP and high-tech exports, it's because of our, investment in research and development. Even though, yes, the data said our export on high-end products increase steadily, but in terms of, the proportion, the composition of the whole exports doesn't change that much, just very slightly change. And about foresight, my unit also the one in BRIN that dealing with foresight, but you present a lot about how to conduct foresight, but from idea and from data available. Here me particularly still struggle how to do foresight in more bottom-up process in foresight. It's like mainly our foresight still driven by the expert, by our own researchers and in the university, but we still struggle to capture idea from the business entity and from industry and from NGO, because I don't know, they're very diverse and sometimes they're not thinking too far in the future, not like the CEO from GPT company think like 10 years or 15 years ahead, so he can mitigate, anticipated changes. But I would say most of the industry, particularly SMEs, the small and micro enterprises, just thinking about what happened next month and talking to them, it's much harder to extract information or what actually they need to do in the next 5, even 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. In terms of how do we get industry to invest more or remove the burden of government? Australia confronted probably late in the 80s when there was a real attempt to build new future industries in Australia and try and engage research and industry together. And one of the foundational problems you have is aligning incentives and building the literacy and capacity of research and development to talk and engage with industry in the frame of their problems. One of the instruments, and this is one of many that Australia used very successfully to do that, was to take those government money that you've talked about you're already investing, but to put it into purpose-led cooperative research centres that engaged both the academic institutions, industry in government-framed targeted areas. It served two purposes. It built long-term capacity of those actors to work together and help them understand, and it also, in its own right, delivered outcomes. That's one example. We've also invested very heavily into sort of sector-facing future innovation hubs that, again, where the government puts in a small portion of seed funding, but then brings in industry and government and research to define challenges and start to shape future directions. We've just done that recently around a whole series of innovation hubs associated with our future economy. There's been a green metals innovation hub, there's an AI innovation hub, where we say these are areas of future capacity building. Government will seed some investment in here and build the capacity of the different system actors to work together. And the last pathway, I mean, I think this is what Alex has particularly been talking about, co-developing future roadmaps that align future research directions with emerging industry needs and opportunity so that we develop a common understanding of the future. George will talk about some more small-scale SME type activities, recognising that SME pathways are a really important way to build local ground-up opportunity. I think the last... No, that's all I'll say. I'll pass to Kate.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments and questions. Excellent, I agree. So just briefly, yes, I agree. Attribution is very difficult. So pleased to hear that you're measuring exports and productivity. That's wonderful. And agree, it's still very difficult to show attribution and also to deal with telling that story when, understandably, every year you only see small amounts of improvement. So how do you tell that story? And it's something that we deal with too. The first thing is with the attribution, as I said before, we also try and focus on telling the story about contribution, that a change isn't just because of our policy or program, but it's because of many other factors, and just telling that story. As Alex said, that telling a story is a very important way of describing the impact of investment or a policy and broader benefits. The last thing I wanted to mention is that, again, I think we use a range of methods to show the benefits of investing in innovation, and we choose them depending on the story and the story we want to tell and our audience. So we tend to use those big numbers like effect on productivity or effect on the economy when we're wanting to tell the general public about the benefits of investing in science and technology. That's when we bring out that $1 spent on research leads to $3.50 benefits in the economy. That's when we'd use that. Whereas if we want to explain the benefits of particular programs, we would tend to use case studies. And so we tend to pick and choose the methods for the different stories and our audience. Thank you.
And to continue with this conversation as well, so thanks for questions about the strategic, the scenarios and engagement of stakeholders. So we've been very lucky, I guess, in Australia, because our industry partners and groups and associations are quite often very open. So they can spare half an hour of their time to talk to us, and we have quite a good response when we come out with a question for interview. So some key things that we put in there, we always talk about the consent and the ethical part of this. Like they will be informed from the beginning what we are using their data for. It's going to be anonymous. It's going to be condensed across different interviews, so they are certain that we're not going to come back to them and ask particular questions about what they commented on. So in the engagement, they're feeling comfortable and safe and really engaged. That's what we find. We also offer the opportunities to engage that suits them, especially the high level decision makers in the industries. So it's never like more than half an hour of teleconference or video conference link or even phone conversation. They're quite open to that. We work with associations, industry groups, societies as well. So we reach out to hubs, innovation hubs and precincts as well. So they've been very helpful. We can set up an event in a precinct or in a hub, and then we get a bit more engagement. What is important to note is thinking about future is difficult for anyone. And I totally relate to the issue that you raised, that businesses and public servants and us, we are thinking on our operational needs. So I'm like, if you ask me what I'm going to do in 5 years' time, I will have really struggled to think about it. But I know that tomorrow morning I need to pack up lunch for kids, and by 7:30 we need to be there, and 8:30 we need to be here. So it's our normal nature. So to get stakeholders to think about the future, you really need to pull them out of their everyday thinking and ask and pitch and probably get the whole, mindset shift in a fashion for them to think about the future a bit more. So we use questions, we formulate the questions which often relate to the history of them, so that backwards before we ask about forwards. Things like that really help to engage.
Thank you, Pak Khairul, for those questions. Next, maybe I would like to invite the three discussants to give their comments first, and then the speakers maybe can reply to those comments. Maybe the next one is Bapak Aryo Seto Prawira. Silahkan, Pak.
Thank you, experts from CSIRO, for the insightful presentation. Some of my question has been answered before, so I just interested on. I just learned that CSIRO are having data 61 as one of the tools of AI in the CSIRO with, I don't know, Sintel collaborative intelligence with Chai-T framework. Now I interest on how CSIRO use these AI tools to to develop a policy, especially when the policy is needed right, a week or a month window time. How the CSIRO uses these AI tools? Thank you.
That's very, very good and difficult question. We are only just learning our way through that. So using AI for policy making is such an a new thing for us. So we are trialing and testing and trialing again. So a lot of it is come and play with that and see what it gives you. So we are, in the way we do it, we always focus on ethical part and response. It's always with alongside a human. It's never on its own.
Thank you, Pak Aryo. Next, maybe Dr. Gina Sopa.
Thank you. The question for Ms. Alexandra about the foresight. So I just have one question. It's about is the big data used in the developing CSIRO foresight? And if the big data is used, how is the process? Or how you use the big data for the foresight? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. We do use quite a substantial amount of data, statistical data, but nothing I would call big data, really. We did use a couple of times the CG, the computable general equilibrium model, to inform our scenarios. That was done particularly in transport area when we were talking about electrification and automation in the private transport system. So we use that to inform the scenarios, but not really to shape the scenarios. Shaping of scenarios comes from conversation rather than immediate data application. But yeah, data is definitely the core of our, we start with data and we finish with data. But I wouldn't say we're using big data, not really. Mainly because a lot of, well, because we are talking about the future, so there's only past data. And also because a lot, in many ways, there's not enough, especially in the social economic side of things, there's not enough, reliable, consistent data that we can easily plug into our models. We use bits and pieces as they fit, but nothing like a consistent and overarching.
Just to follow on from what Alex said, we're more prone to using causal models or process models as systems to guide policy, simply because we can feel that there's an explanation and evidence more for there. So we might use AI to help us analyse trends and things, but if we want to try and drive future energy policy, we tend to use integrated assessment models based upon pretty known principles that we can at least understand why the result happens.
Thank you, Ibu Gina. And last, can we hear from Ibu Tin Rahmiatin? Silahkan, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak Pascal. I want to ask a question to Bu Catherine regarding on the 40-age case study that represent quantifying Australian return to innovation. Could you elaborate more regarding on this? Yeah, as we are compared to what we are doing in the innovation development, that we conduct some kind of the utilization of research and innovation in the startup program, entrepreneurship, and also provide super tech deduction for industry, and we calculate the increasements of the utilization of the license and also the reducing of the import because of they use the local content. Thank you.
Bisa diulang dengan
I just want to know about the active forecast study that you mentioned. Could you elaborate more the data of that, just compared to what we are doing in BRIN? Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. So yes, CSIRO regularly develops a report on its own benefits of its own research. We tend to do it once every year, and it's an annual report, and it's an assessment of our impact. As I mentioned, we use the case study approach, and you're right, we drew last year for the 2024 report, we drew on 84 case studies which were externally validated. And the report found that these studies represented $3.7 billion in funding in Australia, and it projected to generate $32 billion in benefits over the next 10 years. These case studies covered a range of different programs, a range of different sectors, and the aim was to showcase the work of CSIRO. So the purpose there, I mentioned, we often think about what is the story we're telling and who is our audience. For this one, the story is look at all these wonderful projects we did at CSIRO, and here are the benefits. So it's telling a story about those individual programs and the types of people we worked with, our stakeholders, the types of benefits that we have seen, and then the overall picture in terms of the benefits that CSIRO brings to the economy and society. So yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Tin, for that question. And that brings us, I think, to the end of our session. And I don't have any comprehensive conclusions, but Michael, I'm familiar with theory of change, but it's for the first time I hear them being applied to define and plan for impact innovation. And Catherine, thank you for sharing us the impact thinking. And I remember that $1 in Australia invested in research leads to $3.5 in economic-wide benefits. And Alexandra, thank you again for explaining the processes of conducting foresight and scenario planning. I think we would like to close there, and can we have a round of applause for our speakers and discussants? Thank you. Back to Ibu MC.
Thank you, Dr. Pascal Kleden. Now we have token of appreciation from BRIN to the speakers or presenters. The token of appreciation will be presented by Director of Research and Innovation Funding, Bapak Raden Arthur Lelono, to Bapak Raden Arthur Lelono. I would like to invite you to the stage to present the token of appreciation to the presenters. To Dr. Michael Battaglia, Mission Director towards Net Zero, and then to Dr. Catherine Wine, Lead Economist, CSIRO Future, and then Dr. Alexandra Bratanova, Senior Research Scientist, Data 61. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Ibu Amelia Fifield from CSIRO to also come to the stage to present the token of appreciation to the panelists. And I would like to invite the panelists for session 1, Director of Measurement and Indicator for Research and Technology and Innovation, and then Director of Policy Formulation for Research, Technology and Innovation BRIN, Director of Policy Evaluation for Research and Technology and Innovation BRIN, and then Director of Research and Innovation Partnership BRIN, and then from Ministry of National Development Planning or Bappenas, Director of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and also Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Director of Downstream and Partnership. Please come to the stage. Group photo, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of session 1. Now we have break for lunch and prayer time, and please be back in the auditorium by 1:15. Thank you. Lunch is served at the back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the VIP lunch is served at Jirap Room. The committee will
Check. Hi, Alison, can you hear me? Hi, Alison. Hi, I can see you. Can you hear me okay? But we can't hear you. Are you on mute? Sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Hi, Alison. Can you say anything?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, we cannot hear you still.
Oh.
Sorry. Let us work something out here. Can you see the slide? Your slide?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, actually on the laptop we can hear you, but not in the room. So we're trying to sort it out. Okay. Can you try to move your slide?
Yes, but just
Oh, but it's okay. We're still on the first page of your slide. Okay. Next. Okay, it's working. Yeah. Sorry, Alison. Thanks for bearing with us on these technical things. Now we're trying to... Okay, that's great. Now we can hear you. Can you say something again, just to check?
sure. Can you?
Yes, I think you need to move a bit closer to the speaker and try again.
Sure. Is that better?
Yes, okay, great. That's better. Okay, so now we are having our lunch break. We're going to get back again at 1:15, so you can turn off your camera and we'll be back again. I will let you know if it's starting. Thanks, Alison.
Thank you. Dew. Moderasi Dew. Menarik ya. Last piece. Banyak banget tuh. Wah, itu sama.
Sih, kocak banget. Kami terus terminasi di itu. Terus itu apa? Paham.
Hah? Ini. Itu nyokap gue baru cabut dari rumah sakit, baru nyampe kos gue. Dia tatapan kucing gue. Siap. Gue kayak itu kucing yang gue rebutan sama si itu. Mukanya muka heran gitu loh. Matanya gendut banget. Berat lagi gue suruh diet. Gue batasin makanannya. Yang dua amat. Makan dua kali sehari. Daripada dia obesitas. Mau tahu update kucingnya gue tangisin nggak? Karena habis steril kan? Dia habis steril. Nafsu makannya kan banyak. Jadi lo kalau di steril juga lo gendut bang? Baru digosipin. Jaga makannya. Itu udah kegedean. Strict to the schedule. Makan pagi, makan malam. Udah. Strict to the schedule. Tapi dia tuh bukan yang kucing garang gitu loh, pokoknya harus ada makanan gitu. Kalau nggak ada makanan udah diem. Menurut gue lama-lama pingsan sih dia, diem. Kok nggak dikasih makan lagi. Nanti jam 4. Enggak, gue dari tadi jam 8 pagi udah di sini. Di FET. Di FET yang dulu ngundang kita. Yang programnya Australia Indo. Area Daru katanya meninggal karena bunuh diri. Yang diplomat. Tapi menurut gue sih bisa jadi sih. Bisa kehabisan karena karir. Tuh kan beneran, Pal. Lu Indonesia tsunami.
Karma, wow.
Habis itu Jepang juga tsunami.
Oh iya, Jepang ya katanya. Mega.
Barusan.
Oh, barusan. Tembok yang lo kan kayak gitu.
Wow.
Tapi dia kita bilang kayak gitu kan. Bencana alam di mana sih?
Tapi bencana alam di mana tuh lebih parah zaman dulu nggak sih, di saat penanggulangan bencana itu belum ada? Dunia akan tetap ada, asik. Dinosaurus walaupun kita nggak tahu ya pastinya tuh dinosaurus atau enggak. Tapi kan dia punahnya karena evolusi geografi. Terus tapi masih ada kan generasi berikutnya.
Iya,
Menurut gue gitu sih, kalau misalnya emang generasi kita pada akhirnya punah, akan ada generasi berikutnya. Tiba-tiba jadi manusia elektrik.
Makanya.
Tiba-tiba jadi manusia elektrik, mereka belajar tentang kita. Oke. Manusia pada zaman dahulu memiliki tulang rusuk dengan bentuk wajah seperti ini sesuai dengan sukunya. Waduh, namanya megalitik itu aja. Sekarang mungkin kayaknya namanya jadi nama-nama suku deh. Ini suku Jawa, ini suku ini, kan gitu. Ya kan, ternyata di generasi berikutnya namanya beda lagi. Ospeus silvericum.
Kalau gue mau ngesen draft untuk feedback belum sama explainer analytical. Tapi kan ukuran itu kita belum tahu. Gue ngomongnya langsung sama
OMG, gue gak sendirian. Gue lupa pagi tadi pesan-pesan, tadi makan pizza. Dan datang lagi mereka udah full. Gue tadi pas itu datang, gue mikirnya antara Opal atau Mario nih. Tapi itu gede banget.
Terus gue ke depan kan. Oh iya.
Itu Poverches atau Poverches?
Poverches versi Opal itu ya.
Gendut-gendut.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy this short break, and our next session will begin in few minutes. Please make your way back into the room and find your seats. Thank you. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, kami mohon untuk memasuki ruangan sesegera mungkin karena dalam beberapa menit lagi kita akan memulai sesi kedua. Terima kasih. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We now begin session 2, Resource Management. This session will be chaired by moderator. So please welcome the moderator for this session, Dr. Marilyn Mehta, Head of GETSI and Partnership Strategy, Koneksi. To Dr. Marilyn Mehta, time is yours.
Testing. Selamat siang, Ibu Bapak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be here moderating this afternoon session. My name is Marilyn Mehta. I'm the head of GETSI and Strategic Partnership at Koneksi. This session on research management. We know research management is crucial in driving progress across different sectors, particularly in academia, industry, and government. It involves strategically projects to ensure maximum sustainable and inclusive impacts. We also know that effective research management is vital for fostering innovation, optimizing resource allocation, and making informed decisions. So I'm really honored to have our colleagues from CSIRO, as well as from the Australian Research Council. And we just want to do a quick shout out to Alison Beasley, who's joining us from the Australian Research Council. She's joining us online. Welcome, Alison. And to, I guess, they're experts in research management to share their perspectives, their expertise and experiences. To help us kick off and help us frame this conversation, we're delighted to have Nick Curia. And Nick is a counselor from Department of Industry, Science and Resources at the Australian Embassy in Jakarta. Welcome, Nick. Nick will speak to us about Australia's research infrastructure system. The floor is yours, Nick.
Thank you very much for having me. I have some slides as well, possible. But otherwise, maybe I'll begin while they're loading. Oh, there we go. So I'm Nick Acharya. I'm a counsellor from the Australian Embassy, and I'm also from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources in Australia, which is a bit like Kemendikti Scientech here. I've been in Jakarta for around 5 months, and my main focus is on implementing something called the EV mechanism, which is designed to promote cooperation between Indonesia and Australia on the EV ecosystem, and that includes science collaboration. My department's mission is to help build a productive, resilient and sustainable economy enriched by science and technology. International partnerships are central to this mission. It's great that SARA are here today as a tangible example of our bilateral science partnership. I'm sorry that I came late to this session and that I will have to leave early, but as another symbol of our bilateral science partnership, the Australian Academy of Science are in town, and they're also talking with Kemendikti Scientech about an event next week as well. But I really am supportive of this event, and I really am thankful that you are hosting SARA and the collaboration that's going on. Today, I will share a bit of information about how the Australian government sets priorities and funds research infrastructure, and how we provide access for users to our research infrastructure. Next slide, please. So I thought it might be useful to think about the different and competing demands on government funding and the role of government in funding our research as well. So the Australian government funding supports a range of research and science activities. This includes providing funding for people-to-people linkages, such as facilitating connections and distribution of research, as well as funding for new equipment for developing and maintaining research infrastructure and facilities. Grant programs provide funding for basic research infrastructure, sorry about that, as well as networking opportunities and access to infrastructure overseas. Next slide, please. And so in terms of R&D investment, every year the government directly invests over $12 billion in research and development, science and innovation. Of this $12 billion, there is $9.2 billion in direct support for Australia's national research organisations, such as CSIRO, and $3.4 billion through R&D tax incentive, which is our main form of getting private sector investment in Australia. And we also have $1 billion in other programs and activities related to science, research and innovation. While this is a substantial amount of investment, $12 billion, the reality is that relative to the size of our economy, our overall expenditure on R&D is in proportional terms low and declining, and with only a small increase around 2.7% compared to last year. Much of this decline can be attributed to business expenditure on R&D, partially explained by the drop-off in mining R&D investment as we've moved from a production phase to a development phase of mining. From a development phase to a production phase of mining, as also our mining boom ended in around 2023 and the prices of many of our major export commodities have fallen, which has led to decreased investment in R&D. Next slide, please, from the private sector. And so I thought it'd be useful to talk about research infrastructure as well. So since 2006, every 5 years, the Australian government has undertaken a public consultation process to develop a national research infrastructure roadmap. The government produces national research infrastructure roadmaps to help identify research infrastructure needs, set priorities, and guide investment. Roadmaps that are developed every 5 years to ensure Australian research remains competitive and relevant. And so through this process, it's a public process where we appoint experts to consult. Thank you. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. My apologies. So yeah, national research infrastructure refers to the facilities, tools, equipment, and other resources that are needed to perform research, and also experts that run the infrastructure as well. Infrastructure can be physical, like for example, a supercomputer or a microscope, or it can be intangible, like data collection or software platform. But national research infrastructure is essential to break through research discoveries and adapting to new technologies and addressing global challenges. Next slide. So I thought I'd share a slide from one of the roadmaps, and this graphic is from the 2016 roadmap and provides a useful way to think about the different research infrastructure layers. So if we think about it, Australia's research infrastructure is combined of different layers. And so on the slide, you can see institutional infrastructure, and that can be provided by things that are simple like a lab or smaller scale infrastructure. Then we think about it in terms of landmark and global research infrastructure. For example, like we have a synchrotron in Australia, and we're also developing a square kilometre array, and these are provided for a range of government portfolios. And then we also have state and government and universities and private sector that also support the national research infrastructure labour. And so next slide, please. And so there are a variety of organisations within the Australian innovation system who are responsible for different areas of scientific research and who manage the research infrastructure. They are funded by government and also through commercial enterprises as well. These organisations collaborate across government, universities and businesses, as well as internationally, and sort of fits in with that research layers that I've discussed before. A significant portion of our national research infrastructure is managed and operated through government scientific organisations. These organisations, such as CSIRO, play a crucial role in providing access to nationally significant facilities and expertise for researchers across various disciplines. Next slide, please. And so we have something in Australia called the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy. And so the NCRIS, as we call it, is a collaborative national network of research infrastructure projects which underpin the research sector in Australia, providing equipment, data, digital tools and technical expertise to users. The NCRIS provides funding for projects that address Australia's research infrastructure needs as set out in the roadmaps, and they're often based on the individual sector-specific plans that sort of set out future requirements in each sector. The NCRIS program also provides a mechanism for researchers to access national research infrastructure. So, for example, there's a website where you can identify where there is research infrastructure, a facility, and also arrangements for how you can access funding and engage with access the research infrastructure and any costs that's required to access it as well, and funding mechanisms available. So any interested researcher can contact an NRI delivery partner or National Research Infrastructure Delivery Partner to inquire about access arrangements, as I've said. The next slide. So I thought it might be useful to give a sense of the research infrastructure funding in context of the larger government funding for science and research innovation. So in the figure, you can see sort of in the last slides of the portfolio budget statements, actually, sorry, one year ago, and it shows that you can see that the NCRIS was only around 3% of total R&D funding. Now, obviously, some of the funding that goes through for CSIRO and for other agencies, that also supports research infrastructure, but it gives you a sense of where research infrastructure funding sits compared to other competing demands for funding as well. Next slide. And so I've just put in here a few different statistics about NCRIS to give you a sense of sort of what it does, how big it is, and where it's based across the country and Australia as well. And so it's directly accessible, to all members of the public, and it's funded private, and it includes publicly funded research infrastructure, but also privately funded research infrastructure as well. And you can see the government's invested $4 billion over 12 years to support important pieces of the NRI and to make sure that researchers can access our national research infrastructure as well. Next slide, please. And so there's a range of examples on national research infrastructure as well, and the impact of NCRIS. So just to give one example, we have the Australian synchrotron. So this produces incredibly bright light in frequencies ranging from infrared to hard X-rays, and this enables high impact research into key areas including health and medical, food environment, biotechnology, nanotechnology, energy, mining, agriculture, advanced materials, and cultural heritage. And so the NCRIS also supports scientific researchers to access research infrastructure and has led to a range of tangible examples that have been of benefit to society more broadly. For example, including supporting the development of a COVID mRNA vaccine and data collection that has led to improved weather and climate change predictions. Next slide, please. All right, so thank you for your time and attention. Hopefully this presentation has given you some insights into Australia's research infrastructure system and might provide a useful intro into the next sessions and next speakers as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think you've just really mapped out the Australian research infrastructure system for us and really sets the scene for the next 4 presentation. I would like to now invite, I think this neatly follows on, our next presenter is Dr. Karina Pepper. She's the Digital Group Leader for the National Collection and Marine Infrastructure, CSIRO. Welcome.
Selamat siang, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for having me today. Just like my colleagues in session 1, I would like to express my gratitude for being here. It's been an incredible 2 days already. Yesterday we went to see your research collections in the Kahati building, which was very close to my heart. So today I would like to talk to you a bit more about our research infrastructure management at the National Research Collections Australia in particular. Next slide, please. And I'll start at a slightly higher level. So we are actually part of a wider business unit, which is called the National Collections and Marine Infrastructure Business Unit. And within that business unit, we have currently 4 programs. The first program is the Marine National Facility, which houses Australia's dedicated blue water research vessel, and I have learned that you have many of those in Indonesia as well. And it is this capability is delivered through the ship management program in partnership with our engineering and technology program. It is funded by the Australian government, but owned and operated by CSIRO. And it is available to all Australian researchers and their international collaborators. You can have about 20 crew and 40 researchers on the vessel, and it is currently funded for about 300 science days at sea, which is quite significant, and is aptly called the RV Investigator. The second program is the Engineering and Technology program that I briefly mentioned. It provides a scientific capability that enables multidisciplinary marine research. ENT develops key science and observation systems, digital products and tools for the Australian marine research community and our commercial partners. What I'll be focusing on today is the National Research Collections Australia. It is home to 15 million natural history specimens that are used by researchers, government and industry to describe, manage and benefit from Australia's rich biodiversity. And last but not least, and some of you may have heard of us before, the Atlas of Living Australia, which is Australia's national biodiversity database, which provides free online access to information about Australia's amazing biodiversity. It supports research, environmental monitoring, conservation planning, education and biosecurity activities, and it is a really great way that we can connect with Australians and citizen scientists who are interested in biodiversity. Next slide, please. This is just a really quick overview of NICME, so that's our abbreviation for the National Collections. Used our engineering capability, the RV Investigator, and also some new technologies such as environmental genomics to collect DNA and measure marine biodiversity, for example. We can identify species using DNA libraries created from our national collections, and I'll talk a bit more about that later. And ultimately, we integrate our data and make results available to all. Next slide, please. Now, thank you, Nick. I can now slip over this slide. I just want to point out, so some of us are NCRIS funded, so you can see at the bottom of the slide there Two of our programs in NICMI are actually funded directly by INCRIS, which is the Atlas of Living Australia, as well as the Marine National Facility. Some of you may also have heard of the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, which sits within CSIRO, and also we have recently gotten a new fancy collection management building, and a lot of funding for that building was also provided by INCRIS. Next slide, please. So, the National Research Collections of Australia, I'll be using NERCA as an abbreviation. We are 6 biological collections. So you can see from here we have a wildlife collection, a fish collection, an insect collection, 2 herbaria. One is a tropical herbarium and one is our national herbarium, a tree seed center, and also an algae collection. And across those 6 collections, we house about 15 million specimens. We also now have added on to our suite of programs within NERCA, the National Biodiversity DNA Library, or NBDL. Again, I'll be talking about that a little bit more in a minute. Next slide, please. Yes. So, biological collections, what are our challenges? Next slide, please. Digital transformation, big data, the future, what are we doing with it all? So, as you can imagine, our biological specimens hold a vast amount of information. And collections are increasingly being called on by all sorts of different areas to help tackle some of our major environmental problems. The broad goal for us is to ensure that biological collections are not just viewed as repositories for our specimens, but are actually playing an active role in diverse research domains. For example, biodiscovery, conservation, biosecurity, and also agricultural production. However, as everyone who works in a collection knows, it's a very labor-intensive process, not only getting the specimens into our collections, but also our taxonomic discovery remains essentially unchanged. It's a very, very slow process. So specimen information is underutilized. So the usefulness of these collections in research remains limited and their importance is not fully appreciated. So the big questions are, what can we do? How can we make this faster? How do we ensure that the quality of our specimen data is accelerated to make our collection data more available and quicker? Next slide, please. So what do we need to do? As I said, the challenge is sort of clear. It's in front of us. We need to accelerate the exploration and characterization of the specimens that we have. It's particularly true for our hyper-diverse biological groups, such as the insects, algae, fungi, and microbes, where a very vast majority have not even been identified yet. However, at the same time, we need to ensure that the accuracy of our specimen information is at a very high level. We need to make sure we have sufficient data security in place, particularly for irreplaceable specimens like our holotypes, but also that we make sure that our data is accessible to everyone, researchers and users. And also what we have been working on lately is what's called the extended specimen concept, which is basically the idea of linking a whole range of different data layers together for a specimen. So you enrich the information that you get for a particular specimen and can therefore do broader research. Next slide, please.
Just one more minute.
One more minute. Okay. Okay, if we, then we, sorry, that was not 20 minutes. Okay, if I only have one more minute left, I will be ripping through this. Can we please go to the next slide? I really want to show you some of our, so this is what we're focusing on currently, our transformational technology digitization and data aggregation, machine learning and artificial intelligence, collection genomics, and also small molecule biodiscovery and genetic engineering. Next slide, please. Just keep going. Keep going. I'll talk about this tomorrow, so if you're coming to the masterclass, I will go into this. This is our digital infrastructure that we have developed in NERCA over the last couple of years that allows us to stitch together images, metadata from the collections, and some other parts of data. Next slide, please. You can see from this, focus on the gray bars. The gray parts are the bits that are currently unprocessed. You can see, particularly in the insect collection, we have a very small number of our insects currently actually databased and available online. Next slide, please. What are we currently doing? A whole heap of digitization activities, as you can see here, microscope slides, sound libraries, CT scans, insect type specimens. Next slide, please. We currently have done a project on the herbarium mass digitization. We partnered with a company that does mass digitization using a conveyor belt system, and we managed to image the entirety of our herbarium, which is 1.2 million specimens. Next slide. We are making our data accessible through the ALA that I was talking about briefly earlier to achieve the findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable concept of sharing data. And our data through the Atlas of Living Australia also goes to the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, or GBIF in short, so anyone in the world can access our collections information. Next slide, please. Images, this is what we're working on currently. It's our latest implementation. We are also trying to share all our images with the world through CSIRO's Data Access Portal. Next slide, please. I will have to skip over the NBDL, unfortunately. Next slide, please. That's what I wanted to really briefly touch on. The era of AI/ML, I heard there's great interest in that in particular. So we have developed a couple of tools. If you just go through the next slide. We are working on an OCR AI tool to help us transcribe labels. Next slide, please. Where you can OCR labels or sheets from the field, get them integrated into software that splits the data into fields, and then you can do checks on the data and eventually spit out the data as a CSV file for further integration into your collection management system. Next slide, please. We have a couple of species identification applications where you can, as you can see here, take a photo of something, and then it helps you ID what you have in front of you. Next slide, please. We have developed some pest ID tools to assist with biosecurity at the borders. Again, it's an app where people can just scan a bug and it will tell you whether it's a nasty one or not. Next slide, please. Some of you may be familiar with this website. It's called Fish Idea, and you can read it, I cannot. It's a fish identification tool that has been developed in collaboration with the Indonesian government to help fisheries management. Next slide, please. And I will skip over those two as well. This is basically where to from here, integrating more AI into our processes and just being more strategic about what we're doing, and particularly using AI to help us in the process of making the data available to everyone.
Thank you very much, Karina. This is obviously just a taster, so fascinating stuff. Make sure that you go to Karina's masterclass tomorrow. Our next presentation takes us right to the beginning about education. Susan Birchall, she's the Program Delivery Manager at CSIRO Education and Outreach Program. Susan will share with us important insights on building the STEM talent pipeline. The floor is yours, Susan.
Selamat siang. It's my honour to be here and share with you all today about the work that we are doing in building the STEM talent pipeline for Australia and beyond. Next slide, please. So first I'd like to take a look into the future and look at what the jobs of the future might look like. This is from the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs Report 2025. And it brings together the perspective of over 1,000 employers globally. There's a lot of information in this report, but the fastest growing jobs globally are in big data, fintech engineers, AI machine learning, and software and application development. The core skills that are needed by employers into the future is analytical thinking, and that is actually consistent with the last Future of Jobs report that was done. However, the skills that are on the rise, you can see over there, AI and big data, networks and cybersecurity, and technological literacy. I think you can see why STEM is really important and STEM skills are so important for the future. In Australia, the picture's not looking so bright though. Next slide, please. So we know that 75% of future jobs are going to require STEM skills, 90% require digital literacy, but we know that our maths and science performance is declining and participation rates are declining, so people are turning off science and technology careers at a very early age. The runway is getting shorter and the time to develop this talent is diminishing. So we know that strengthening the STEM pipeline is essential for a country's global competitiveness and is crucial for ensuring a safe and productive future. Next slide, please. Let's have a closer look at the STEM pipeline. So it starts all the way down here in primary school, all the way through to tertiary education and beyond. CSIRO has programs that work at every stage of the STEM pipeline to support STEM talent. But I'd like you to take a moment and think about you and your career and think about when in the STEM talent pipeline were you turned on to STEM? Was it a teacher? Was it a role model? Was it a parent? Someone who guided you and trusted that you could continue your career in STEM? So at CSIRO, at the tertiary education, we have postgraduate scholarships. We have an industry PhD program. We also have scholarships that focus on AI and emerging technologies. As we move further down the pipeline, we have undergraduate scholarships and internships. But the work that my team does is really moving even further down the pipeline to work with secondary and primary schools, because we know that in Australia, often students turn off a STEM career by about the age 14. So we work with young students all the way from 6 years old, all the way through to tertiary education and beyond. Next slide, please. So in my team, we use evidence and work with stakeholders, including Indigenous communities, to design and deliver programs that create impact. And we reach over 200,000 students nationally every year, from all states and territories in Australia, from both big cities and to regional and remote areas. Next slide, please. Share our expertise and our research and our resources. This is why CSIRO works in this STEM education space. Our vision is to put cutting-edge science into the hands of young Australians to help build the strong and diverse STEM-capable workforce that Australia and the global economy needs. Next slide, please. Thank you. We focus on what value and impact we can offer students, teachers, and schools, and by leveraging our scientific expertise, we aim to bring the real-world applications of science into the classrooms. We work with both teachers, directly with students, directly with schools, and directly with broader community groups. Next slide, thank you. As an example, our STEM Professionals in Schools program has been running for over 17 years. This is a program that allows STEM professionals to partner with Australian teachers. They share their ideas and practices. They act as mentors and role models for students and engage with the broader community. They raise public awareness of their work and its social and economic impact. This program is open not only to CSIRO researchers, but any STEM professional who wants to volunteer their time. One of our staff from the National Research Collections partners with a STEM teacher at a local primary school. She visits the school 4 times a year and delivers a science lesson on a range of topics, including orchids, taxonomy, and sharks. Next slide, please. There's a saying in Australia that when it comes to STEM careers, that you can't be what you can't see. Some of our work goes to breaking down stereotypes around STEM careers and highlighting the mobility a STEM career can offer and the transferability of STEM skills across disciplines. This video, which will hopefully work, shows some of our work at targeting students around 14 and 15-year-olds and their parents to encourage them to consider a STEM career in the future. See if this works. No, apparently not. All right, next slide, that's fine. And the program that we offer is designed to bring the real science to life in classrooms and the community. It's around STEM inquiry. So CSIRO supports teachers and schools to run inquiry-based projects to address challenges faced by their local communities. In this case, we bring together both STEM professionals, experts, we bring together schools, teachers and the community to work together to try to solve a local problem using inquiry-based methods. Next slide, please. Additionally, we are committed to providing opportunities for underrepresented groups, ensuring that all students have access to STEM education. The Young Indigenous Women's STEM Academy is dedicated to increasing the representation of Indigenous women in STEM studies and careers. With over 650 young Indigenous women enrolled, the STEM Academy has already seen 88 graduates earning their STEM degrees. Next slide, thanks. We also work with industry to build workforce capabilities in emerging fields. For example, we are supporting through one of our internships programs undergraduate students with real-world, hands-on experience through internships in decarbonised focused workplace projects to build skills for net zero. This project builds off the success of our other undergraduate internship programs, which over the past 3 years have placed 190 students, with 80% of these being offered ongoing employment following their internship. Next slide, please. Part of our remit also involves engaging the broader community and society in CSIRO research in a meaningful way. And this year, for the first time ever, we are running CSIRO's National Science Experiment. It's running during National Science Week, which is in mid-August, and it's a biodiversity blitz, where we encourage students, teachers, families and community groups to get outside, observe local flora and fauna, and contribute the findings directly to Australian researchers via our online database, the Atlas of Living Australia, through the iNaturalist platform. We're particularly asking our citizen scientists to look out for species that are of significance to our CSIRO researchers, including terrestrial snails, lichen, and shark and ray eggs. We have over 1,700 parents, teachers and community groups registered to participate in our National Science Experiment, which will reach over 37,000 students nationally. Finally, we have a mechanism to consult, collaborate and engage with students and teachers. We have the CSIRO Youth Reference Council, a collection of young people who are providing us with advice and guidance on how to engage them in science, ways they want to contribute, learn from CSIRO, and that we can learn from them. They contribute ideas, provide feedback to us, and regarding our initiatives that involve young people. And of course, all of our work is underpinned by ongoing monitoring, evaluation and learning in an ongoing cycle. Our programs run through that middle program cycle. So we scope them, we design them, we implement them, review them and refine them. But as we go, we look at the evidence, assess needs, plan and define, consult, collect data. I think Catherine talked on this in her talk. You know, if things aren't going the way we want, we review, we change, because we want to keep doing better. We want to learn about what works, for who, and why. And so we continue to learn. Next slide, please. So through all of our initiatives, we are making a significant impact in building the future STEM workforce in Australia and beyond. Taramakasi.
Thank you very much, Susan. For those of us who have 14, 15-year-old young people, this is the time to intervene. Thank you. Our last session will focus on a very important topic of research funding. Our first speaker is Dr. George Feast, Director of SME Connect programs, and George will speak to us about funding and supporting for working with industry, a very, very important topic. The floor is yours, George.
Thanks, Marilyn. Thank you. Selamat siang, everyone. Thank you so much to everyone at BRIN and Connexi for this week. But actually, I also really wanted to point out Ibu Amelia, Ibu Esther, and Ibu Monique, who basically have organized everything for us. We've just turned up and started talking. But it's been fantastic, and we really appreciate everything they've done for us this week. So I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about what we do to help SMEs, small to medium-sized businesses, work with us at CSIRO. Can I jump on, please? Thank you. So I look after a team called SME Connect. We're specifically there within CSIRO to help startups and small to medium-sized businesses work on research and development problems. We do that in a number of ways. Most of our work is around the facilitation process, and I know this is something that's come up in the BRIN discussions as well. So we facilitate company-led R&D projects. We do this through the funding that I'm about to talk about. We also run training programs for SMEs to better understand why they might want to do an R&D project in the first place. We look at some student programs to help them understand what it's like to work in a business. And then we also do a little bit of research into the barriers and how to better engage with industry. And actually that'll be mainly the focus of the masterclass tomorrow. So please come along if you haven't signed up yet. Next slide, please. So why are we interested in SMEs? And I've been really happy to see that people are really interested in SMEs here as well in Indonesia. So I guess our definition, and actually this is something that Parappa and I were discussing at lunchtime, we would say an SME is probably up to 200 employees or has a turnover of under 100 million Australian dollars. This actually represents 98% of all the businesses in Australia and employs 68% of all of those who have a job. So they're really, really big market here. I like working with them, and we like to work with them at CSIRO because they're very agile. Michael talked a lot about being able to implement innovation. They're able to do that fast. They're able to, utilize the things that they're working on quickly, and also they're able to change path if something's not working. We don't want people wasting time, resources on a project that isn't going to actually work. They can quickly change and move on to something else. There's also a lot of demonstrated impact when an SME engages with a university or with CSIRO. We have a recent report out on this, which I'll have copies of at the masterclass tomorrow. And also innovation is key to diversifying our economy. We really want to provide opportunities for small businesses to utilize the great expertise within our university system to enable better productivity, improve their businesses, and get better outcomes. Next slide. So I thought I'd give a kind of very simple overview of our facilitation process, and it'd be great to discuss what the differences are later on. So basically, a company comes to us with an idea. So maybe Susan and her company comes up and says, George, we're developing this new COVID-19 drug. We've got it in our phase 1 trials, but we need to work out a better way to produce more of it so we can go to our next phase. Then we're trying to help them. Or perhaps Karina has recently purchased a large piece of land in the outback Australia and has drilled down and now wants to know what minerals she can start mining for the critical mineral process. And these are all the kind of projects that we would have come to come into our team. We would then have a chat with them and be like, this might be viable. This one might be, your ambition might be a bit too high. We'll try to kind of refine what the R&D question is. And then it's our job to go and find the researchers. So we know all of the stuff that's happening in CSIRO. We know where the great researchers are. We know where the researchers are that want to engage with industry because they're the ones that we really want to work with. And then we let them get along with developing a project. Once they've worked on that project proposal together, they come back to us and we give them some funding, which I'll go to in a minute. And then the project begins. So and happy days for everyone. If you could pass on to the next slide, please. And our flagship program for this is called CSIRO Kickstart. So this is specifically for the smaller end of SME. So we work with startups and small businesses. And the criteria that we have is that they're either under 3 years old or if they're under $10 million in turnover, which actually is quite big. And a lot of the companies that we would work with are more kind of 4, 5, 6 years old from when they were born, I guess. In this program, we work with around about 50 different companies per year. This began in 2017. So we've been going on for quite a while, and I'll talk a little bit about the impact on the next slide. I guess, oh, sorry, can I go back to the other slide though? Pretend you didn't see the metrics. What we do is we provide dollar match funding for these projects to go ahead. So similar a little bit to the matching fund that I've heard about earlier on in the week, but in this process, the company has to put in cash of up to $50,000, and then we will put in the other $50,000 for the project. So, you know, we're doing around about $100,000 worth of work for the company on a project that lasts up for 12 months. In one of the areas that Amelia mentioned this morning, so in agriculture and food, in mining, in environment, etc. We do all the facilitation, we do all the matching. And I think what's different to some of the programs that I've heard about here in Indonesia is it's actually eligibility based. If your company meets the criteria, which are quite easy, if the researchers are there and willing and able to do the project, then we will provide the funding. That's not a kind of second level of reviewing the applications or kind of judging them. We'll take everyone as long as they're willing to pay. And the great thing, that also means we can do the applications anytime. So we get applications all year round and we can help businesses all year round. Next slide, please. So since we began, we've had 404 projects have started with 300 SMEs. They are allowed to do 2, that's why that's slightly lower. And it actually accounts for around about $30 million worth of research and development that CSIRO has undertaken. If we look over to the right, you can see the different areas that we work in. So our largest area is in our manufacturing business research unit, which also includes some of our biomedical manufacturing. But we do have large sections of work in agriculture and food, in the Data 61 area, as Alex is in energy, and in the minerals sector. And this happens all over Australia. This is something that I think will be fairly similar to what happens in Indonesia. You know, our researchers are only in individual cities, but the actual businesses come from everywhere. So we have a business in Queensland, QRD, might be working with researchers in Victoria. We provide all that help for that. In terms of the companies themselves, we do the monitoring and evaluation. We track them after they've left our projects because we want to understand what benefits they're getting. So you can see we've had 145 more projects at CSIRO. So this is the companies coming back and saying, we really like this project now, let's do another one, we'll pay, or we will engage in some kind of more high-level collaboration agreement. That's another $30 million. So $1 of Kickstart money has made $4 of research. Is that right, Catherine? Yes, I've got it right. And these companies, they go and raise capital. They've raised over $1 billion of capital, and they have really high valuations as well. So I'm going to talk about a couple of examples now, if we can switch on. So the next slide, please. So this is a company called Ulu, and their work is basically to make plastics from seaweed. And the great thing is the seaweed is actually from Indonesia. So there we go, we have a really great connection there on this one. And so they had their technology, which enabled them to make the polymer from the seaweed after they've done the extraction. And they came to us and they're like, well, we really want to check the quality of this when we compare it to other plastics. Like, what are the properties that our one has compared to others? So we did that analysis for them. Actually, then they were able to go out and they kind of had their first demo product, which was a comb that you use on surfboards. And I'm not a surfer, so I don't know what that is, but I have seen them and they still look really cool and they're made of seaweed. And then they came back and wanted, well, now we can make this. We want to make the process more efficient. And so we identified the steps and the enzymes that could be used to optimize the process of making those plastics. So since working with us, they had 2 employees when they began. They've now got 22. They've raised over $10 million in capital, and they've won multiple awards. And we're not pretending that they worked with us and they did all this. There's great founders. They did the work themselves, but we were there along the way, and that's what the part of CSIRO that I mean. We really want to help them on that pathway. Can I grab the next slide? So this is another company that we work with called GoTerra. They are an ag tech company who help with waste management. basically, and they work in big buildings like this, in hotels, you will have a kind of container ship container. Is that kind of something people would know? And inside it, it's full of maggots. And basically, you throw in your rubbish at one end, which could be not just food waste, but plastics. The black soldier fly larvae inside eat it all up. And they use a load of technology in there to make sure it's all contained within the one thing. And at the other end comes the waste from the insects, which you can use as fertilizer. And also then the insect protein themselves, which you can use as a feed. So, it's all about that circular economy, really reducing waste. They came to us and they're like, look, we need to produce more black soldier flies. What can we do to find that perfect situation inside our tank for them to mate better? So, they were looking at different light, they were looking at different heating obligations, and we were able to help optimize that process so that they could then, expand and get more customers. And in fact, when I was first talking to Olympia, who's the CEO over on the left, they only had 5 employees. Now they have 56. They were only working in Canberra. Now they work at Melbourne Airport. I think they have one of the hotel chains in Sydney. They're doing fantastic, and they've raised a lot of money, and they've expanded into more sites. Can I skip on to another example? Oh, I might skip the next example, and I'll go on to the next slide, if that's all right, please. Move on one more. Thank you. So we don't just do this in CSIRO, and this might be something that was of interest. So I actually run a program that helps the businesses in a certain area, in this case. Areas. So we find the SMEs who have the R&D question, and then we take them to these universities, and then we can provide them with the funding. And happy to talk about more about that another time. We can move on. And the last thing I'll kind of talk about in depth, not in depth, don't worry, mildly in depth, is a program called Innovate to Grow. So this is actually a training program for SMEs who they kind of might have an R&D idea, but they're not quite sure yet, and they're not ready to go and spend $50,000 with CSIRO. They want to make sure they're making the correct decision. So we provide this 8-week program for SMEs to kind of better understand that idea. They go through their work online, they work with their peers, around about 15 to 25 SMEs at once, and they create a business plan, they create the innovation question, they can do a funding proposal, and we'll provide them with a lot of feedback so that they can then decide what to do. This program began in 2020, I believe. We've had 750 companies through in that time in 9 sectors. It's really great for regional businesses. So half of the businesses in the program are regional ones because it's an online forum. And again, we can see that there's actually impact that's generating just within CSIRO, but for the companies themselves. So after 12 months, 25% of them are doing an R&D project, which, you might, that's not that high, but also making a decision not to do an R&D project is also a valid decision if it's not going to be something that's going to work. Next slide, please. I'll skip this, but this is a case study on that you can read later. Susan mentioned earlier on about our industry PhD program. It's another way that small businesses can get involved if they want to do a kind of longer term, lower resources project. And skip on one more. And then this is a taster for tomorrow, because I know everyone's excited about our masterclass. So we're also looking to, what are the barriers for SMEs to engage with a university or CSIRO? We actually worked with some colleagues at RMIT University a few years ago to write a report that specifically asked 800 SMEs, why are you engaging or why are you not engaging? And one of the recommendations from that was to come up with some collaboration readiness tools. So a bit of technology readiness level that you probably would know between 1 and 9. We came up with these collaboration readiness levels between 1 and 5. So companies can fill out their information online. It doesn't take very long. And basically we'll describe to them, well, you're a level 1. You don't know a lot about collaboration. Maybe you should have a student come and work with you, just on a small project. Right up to collaboration level 5, which is very sophisticated, and you could do, a large multi-year, multi-party collaboration. And we found this to be really helpful when we're talking with businesses. And for that, a lot more in the masterclass tomorrow. So, Tomakazi from me, thank you so much, and obviously very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, George.
great to know a little bit more about CSIRO matchmaking, fantastic skills, particularly bridging between demand and supply, research and industry. Thank you very much. We now go on to our last speaker, Alison Beasley, who is joining us online. Alison, hopefully you can hear us. Alison is the branch manager for the Research Evaluation and Policy with Australian Research Council. Alison will speak to us about the new.
For inviting me and the Australian Research Council to be part of this great knowledge exchange activity. Today I will be looking at the role of the Australian Research Council, commonly known as the ARC, in shaping Australia's research landscape, and particularly how we are looking to use the management of our funding to adapt to new policy needs and future challenges. So let me just start by showing you the role of the ARC within Australia's funding landscape. So the ARC is one of many Australian Commonwealth research funders. We invest nearly $1 billion a year in research, which equates to about 7% of the government's total R&D spend. What this diagram is showing you is the unique place of the ARC within that ecosystem. You'll find us at the very top left-hand corner of this diagram as part of the education portfolio. So what you can see along the horizontal axis here is that many other Australian government research funders cluster at later technology readiness levels, so focusing on translation, commercialisation and those direct economic benefits. You can also see on the vertical axis that funders are organised by their policy domains, with a lot of funders having kind of specific responsibility for tackling a particular policy issue, such as health or Antarctic research or renewable energy. So the role of the ARC is quite different. We are focused on funding the highest quality early stage basic and applied research across all disciplines, including humanities, arts, social sciences, and all of the STEM subjects, excluding medical research. So our purpose really is to fund a broad and diverse range of university-based research and researchers. And in this way, we act as a sort of a bedrock for the Australian research system, a foundation on which innovation and research capacity can be built. So core to the purpose of the Australian Research Council is the funding of Australian universities. Specifically, we actually don't fund other kinds of research entities. We only engage with Australian universities to conduct excellent research for the economic, social, environmental and cultural benefit of Australia. The objects of the purpose of the ARC, I should say, is not just funding. You can see here from our ARC legislation that we have a broader role in the stewardship of research excellence, and that includes supporting academic careers and particularly supporting development of Indigenous research and researchers. We also have a role in promoting ethical and high standards of integrity. We're co-managers and authors of the Australian Code of Responsible Research Conduct. And finally, we have a specific role in providing policy advice both to government and to the research sector. So that includes on matters such as research security, research data management and access, and research evaluation. So key to note here is that unlike some of our CSIRO colleagues or other funders across the ecosystem, the ARC does not conduct research. We work closely in partnership with Australian universities and increasingly across government and with industry, not only to provide funding, but to develop policy settings and enabling environments that enable excellent research to occur. So interestingly, while the ARC represents only 7% of total research investment. We actually represent 40% of Commonwealth research funding that is awarded through a competitive grants process. So fundamental to the way that the ARC funds research is our competitive peer review process. The ARC has a database of about 20,000, mostly Australian-based, but some international researchers who undertake peer review to help us identify the research applications which represent the highest quality. This process outlined here is the steps that we follow, where we begin with a detailed assessment where experts with strong relevant disciplinary or subject matter expertise are matched with applications and provide that detailed assessment. Those assessments are then passed to our general assessors who have broad disciplinary expertise within the field, but consider a much larger range of applications to develop ranking and identify excellence. Those general assessors go on to form disciplinary-based selection advisory committees who make the funding recommendations to our decision makers. So at the heart of the ARC's program is the National Competitive Grants Program. This is the way that our funding is delivered. You can see there that the program is currently made up of 15 separate schemes, broadly divided into 2 programs. The Discovery program is focused on fundamental or basic research and supports research projects or individuals at various stages of their career. The Linkage program is more based aimed at supporting applied research, particularly with a strong emphasis on collaboration and end-user engagement. So over the past 2 decades, the NCGP, the National Competitive Grants Program, has had significant success and been highly regarded. The last major evaluation undertaken in 2021 showed that the Australian Research Council grants particularly were realising a return on investment of $3.21 for every dollar invested, with that we generated over 6,500 jobs through funding more than 29,000 different projects. But there were also less positive trends emerging. We had found that over time, the program had become increasingly fragmented. So what this graph is showing you here, and it might be a little bit difficult for you to see, but it shows you the breakdown of funding between different schemes within the NCGP, starting on the left-hand side back in 2004 to where we are in 2024. And basically what you can see is that back in 2004, we started with 4 different funding schemes and the division of funding between those schemes. Over time, with different demands and policy drivers, the program has been broken down into a high number of narrowly focused schemes. Combined with the increased cost of research, what that has led to is a declining success rate, where the number of applications that can be funded compared to the number of applications that we are receiving is decreasing. The other interesting thing that this data showed us was that there had been a substantial shift over time away from larger scale project-based funding to fellowship-style grants funding a very small number of individuals to a high level, particularly at senior research career level. So the next slide shows you that it more clearly, with that dark blue wedge, 12% representing the amount of NCGP funding being directed currently to early or mid-career researchers, with a large 88% of the pie going to the most senior researchers. The other thing that our recent evaluations had found is that a small group of Australia's most significant research research-intensive universities were receiving almost 2/3 of all of our funding, so 90% of that going to the top 6 Australian universities. Those universities obviously are the most research intensive, but it was interesting to us. It was an unintended consequence when we are aiming to build research capacity across Australia and including in regional areas, that our funding over time had skewed so strongly to such a small group of universities within Australia. So what became evident was that the way that our program funding was being used was increasingly misaligned with some of our key policy goals. That the ARC had a strong desire to prioritise support for early career researchers, and yet this is not how the programs were, the outcome that we were achieving through our programs. We also had that strong desire to grow research capability and capacity across the country, and yet funding was being skewed to a smaller group. Interestingly, we also found some trends in terms of strong variability in the alignment of ARC-funded research to areas of national research priority, and inconsistency in the way that we were addressing our goals to drive collaboration and build a more diverse and inclusive research sector. Essentially, the other key thing that we have found through recent evaluation is that the proliferation of a number of different schemes results in a much higher administrative burden, both for us as a research funder, but of course for our universities as organisations who administer grants and deliver research. Essentially, over time, we had started to try and do too much with the finite bucket of research funding that we had. So in early 2024, the Minister for Education requested that the ARC work with the Department of Education to undertake a review of the National Competitive Grants Program to ensure that it remained fit for purpose over the coming decade. You can see through this slide that we went through a broad consultation process over the course of the last year or more to come up with a new model for the way that we want to use our competitive grants funding in the future. That have been created through the program structures and create increased flexibility. So our key goals here really are to reset the purpose and impact of ARC grants through a clearer structure. That we also are looking to simplify drastically the structure. And within that, one of the most interesting findings was perhaps the role that our peer review process was playing in some of these unintended consequences that we were seeing. So peer reviewers themselves began to identify things like a strong focus on track record, perhaps more so than was intended in the design of our selection criteria or grant programs. And that was resulting in favouring of kind of conservative and incremental research approaches over bold or innovative new ideas, that our peer reviewers tended to prioritise projects led by senior researchers. So interestingly, one of the key reforms that have come out of our review process has been a need to re-engage with the peer review community and ensure that the assessment approaches that are being undertaken in awarding competitive funding are really clearly aligned to our policy goals. The other key thing for us was the need to embed ongoing evaluation of the program so that we don't find ourselves 2 decades from now in a similar situation to the experience of the last 2 years, where things have been happening in our programs that we have not detected until quite far down the track. So we are, in the new world, definitely looking to embed ongoing evaluation within our program model. There's a range of other key changes that we're looking to make, also aligning our programs with national priorities and particularly increasing the way in which IC works across government to ensure that the early stage research that we're funding and careers that we are building are connected through to further opportunities across that research pipeline. So the new model for NCGP looks a lot different. We've gone from 15 schemes down to 7, with 3 schemes focused on particular cohorts of researchers. There's early career researchers, Indigenous researchers, and transitioning our senior researchers from their role, rather than seeing themselves in laureate or those kind of prestigious capacities, we want to move the prestige to the importance that they have in leading and mentoring the next generation. So rather than making it about the individual, making it about the project and the capacity that they're building work. We're then looking to develop 4 project-based schemes, so really shifting funding back from those investments in fellowships towards project-based schemes that are collaborative, that prioritise opportunities to explore innovative and really bold new ideas, and that align with our national priorities. So finally, the other key element of the future for the way that the ARC intends to use its funding is around developing a new research insights capability. We're looking to make this a very data-driven approach to minimise the burden on research organisations in providing that data, but that we really want to be able to understand in real time what is happening across both our program, but also the Australian research ecosystem, so that we can continue to make adjustments in our priority and strategic direction and provide that really clear signalling and direction to the research sector. So very briefly, in summary, it's been a really interesting journey for the ARC over the last 2 to 3 years in really taking stock of what it is aiming to achieve with its funding and ensuring that the mechanisms for delivering funding are clearly aligned with our policy objectives. So the future for us is about making sure that our funding is focused on a clear set of and priorities, and that is effectively communicated through to the research community. Evaluation is not an afterthought, that by developing program logics and theories of change beyond and embedding how the programs will be monitored and measured at the start, we will be ensure that alignment between our funding and our policy objectives. And finally, as has always been the ARC's approach, that we continue to work in very close partnership both with Australian universities, but with industry and across government even more, to make sure that we are playing the role in connecting across the research and innovation system in Australia. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Really excited to hear more and follow more about this new generation of ARC in promoting diverse and inclusive research ecosystem in Australia. It is with my delight now to invite 3 of our esteemed BRIN discussants to respond to the presentations. I will start off with Dr. Dina Safarina Nugraha, who's representing the Director of Scientific Collection Management. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, on behalf of our Director of the Scientific Collection Management, I would like to appreciate the inspiring presentation from 5 of you, from the collection management until the funding, through the infrastructure. Okay, first of all, it was a pleasure meeting with you all yesterday. We meeting at the Kahati building in Cibinong. We have some discussion about how to manage our collection here in BRIN. And that's for your presentation. I would like, we have a few questions, especially for Dr. Pepper. Okay, hello. First, I would like to ask, how can institution like BRIN align with CSIRO to digitization workflow or AI pipelines to enhance and accelerate regional biodiversity data sharing. That's the first. And then, is there a scope for collaborative training program or joint digitization effort evolving collection in Southeast Asia, especially for represented taxa, like we have a collection like insect, fungi, and algae. And the last, how does CSIRO ensure sustainability and long-term curation of the digital asset and in the face of rapidly evolving technology platform? Because we know from all of you, your presentation is made with AI and digitalized. Maybe that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we can hopefully talk about this all a lot more in detail tomorrow at the masterclass. I don't want to bore the rest of the audience for too long. But look, I think based on our conversations yesterday, there is a lot of opportunity for collaboration between our two organizations in this space. And I've spoken with a couple of people within the collections before I came over here, and I think there is a lot of appetite for people in the collections to reach out and work more closely with BRIN and the collections in BRIN. I think equally, there's a lot of opportunity to share all of our experience in building a digital infrastructure. Again, I'll be talking about that tomorrow. The infrastructure, the ecosystem that we have built over the last almost 4 years to connect our systems together and to make the data and the images available to the public. So does that answer most of your questions?
Okay,
Sorry, did I forget
we
one?
wait our collaboration, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dina, for that question. I would like to invite Dr. Ajeng Arum Sari, Director of Talent Management at BRIN. The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you for our presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very comprehensive, and yeah, I get many insight from all of you, because it's, in my opinion, and especially for us, it's about the how to make like the research and innovation talent. So it's why I have maybe some question to Dr. Susan, yeah. Yeah. First is about the transitioning talent. You know that maybe we have the similar how to develop the talent, but maybe in Australia it started from the young age or the preschool or something like that. But in our case, we start from the undergraduate student, but I think we have some programs, so such as internship for the undergraduate student, and then we have like the competition for the final assignment or the thesis, and we also have the program for the degree by research about to study master and doctor and postdoctoral, and then researcher mobility such as visiting researcher, postdoctoral. So I just wonder, in your opinion, how we can make like the maintain for this undergraduate student to make their interest with our program, so they can continue to study master and the doctor and then postdoctoral until they get, it's like maybe permanent researcher in BRIN. something like that, so I can learn about it. And also the second question, maybe for you and also the Dr. George, it's about the PhD student. I mean, engagement with the industry. So you have program IPSD program, I just wonder that it's very good, and we hope that we can learn from your program. And I just wonder about the this industry engaged from the beginning of the PhD student. I mean, from they make research proposal. So the research, the project, it should be to overcome the industrial problem, or the internship in industry. I mean, they just do internship. And maybe how we can make engagement with industry, especially for us in the Directorate of Talent Management. It's not only about the recruitment, or we invite the industrial staff to join in our program, but how we can make like the develop program that align with the industrial needs. So, and the next question to Ms. Corina. I also interested with your presentation about the project in the research vessel. So, because we also have the research vessel, and we hope that in the future we can make like the more hands-on training about the relate with the research vessel projects, for example, for the maybe for the molecular biodiversity data acquisition, or monitoring, or the processing or the research vessel management, something like that. It's possible BRIN and CSIRO or do like the, I don't know, maybe it's like the joint funding for the hands-on training or the joint research visit or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Ranjang. So when we're talking about our tertiary students and the way that we engage them in CSIRO, it does vary slightly from our different research agent areas in CSIRO. So there are different scholarships offered by different research streams, particularly in our Data 61, so that's our digital and data analytics arm that Dr. Alexander is part of. They have a program called the Next Gen Scholarships that are for AI and emerging technologies. However, and in other areas, some of the internships that are offered by my program and by George's program have specific interests. So I talk about the decarbonisation one, that is industry funded by the state of New South Wales, because that is one of their vested interests. So we organise the placements for the students, but the funding and the engagement comes from industry. And we have a number of internship programs like that, that kind of are ongoing throughout the year. However, one of the big ways we engage undergraduate students is through our summer vacation program. And so in Australia, the students study throughout the year, and then over the summer period, for about 8 to 12 weeks, we have a number of students who come into CSIRO to work on a specific project that has been set by the different research areas. And so because they all come in at the same time, they might be working on different projects in different research areas, but they do have the opportunity to connect and collaborate. And really, it's kind of a taster of a research project or a program in CSIRO for that 8 to 12 weeks that they get paid for in their summer break from university. So the idea is that really switches them on to what research in CSIRO might look like, and hopefully encourages them when they finish their degree to come back and be employed by us to look at one of our graduate opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Yes, I'm sorry that we didn't get to talk more about the industry PhD program before. So I guess what's kind of interesting about the CSIRO one is that we have the 4 components. So we have the CSIRO researchers. There has to be a university because we can't give CSIRO degrees. the student, and then the business. And I guess, you know, my interest is in more when the business is an SME, which I can probably talk about. It's very difficult, I would say, and this is probably the same that you're experiencing, to try to have a project that's going on between the university and CSIRO and then just get the business to join on, because they're not interested. They don't see what the value would be of them putting in. It's not a lot of money, but they do have to put in a lot of time, and they have to take the student in the business for 3 months so they can get experience what it's like. So most of the industry PhD projects with the small businesses come from relationships that are already there. So either the company has already been working with CSIRO in a Kickstart program, for instance, or they're already working with the university on a long-term project, perhaps even one of the kind of ARC projects that was being discussed. So it's much easier when that's the case. And it also kind of the industry PhD program is 4 years. You know, it's not expected that there's going to be a massive, you know, commercial outcome from the project. It's more if there's something that the business is interested in, maybe like on the side, but it's kind of a long-term goal. That's when they're happier to put in that kind of smaller amount, but over a longer period, as opposed to when you're doing an actual project where it's like a lot of money for a short period of time. Yeah, does that answer the question?
Thank you for your question. The research vessel that we have, I am aware that there is a lot of not only collaborations going on the ship itself, but also there's a lot of education that's happening. There's a variety of programs where people can come, early career researchers in particular, can come onto the ship to learn the happenings of a research vessel like that. I'm afraid I'm not an expert in the Marine National Facility. What I can do is we can exchange details, and I can pass on your questions to the relevant person, who will be much better placed to talk with you in detail about questions regarding our research vessel. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Henjang, for those questions. I would like to invite Dr. Raden Arthur Lelono for your questions, please.
Thank you, moderator. So thank you very much for your lighting presentation. So I would like several questions and comment. First, regarding the funding of research. So we understood that IRC will be focusing on educations and basic research, basic research. On the funding policy of IRC, I mean, does IRC also focus, let's say, to fund research based on expected a novelty, for example, research only for that scope, or you are also expecting those research that you fund will at the end will be delivered at the industrial prototype or level? So because sometimes still in a long time, and sometimes a basic research stays as a basic research. Yeah, they go deep in novelties, but take longer time on delivering in industrial scales. So do you also expect funding or invest in those area also comes up at the industrial? And can I have your comment, especially on the funding? Yeah, because one of the KPIs in BRIN is how to engage or to maximize in the private sectors to be part of what we call research funding. How to industrial being involved to pitch in together with public funding to increase the funding for research. So I don't know whether it is also a challenge in Australia, and how can you comment about that? How to increase the industries to be pitching it together with the public funding to increase the funding for the research. And regarding for the SMEs, yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, we believe also Indonesia have SME as one of the backbone of our economics. Meaning on your part of the SME support, I mean, do you only support for SMEs which only has what we call that science-based proven test, or, for example, many SMEs from Indonesia comes up with an idea, let's say local, what do you call, let's say food or something, yeah, right? Something. Does it has to be scientific-based proven? For example, do they have to have an IP, let's say, to have an idea or something like that? And is there any incubators in your picture of framework? Sometimes startups need incubators, but I don't see, George, when you mentioned the slide, there's incubators, yeah, in the schemes. I mean, does it has to be? Do you have to have an incubators for this startup, or let's say, how do you, let's say, leverage the startup until at the level that you want? And does for example, for the startup, does the fund that you mentioned that you support is focusing for the product development or also the research? For example, startups need still some research or some limitations. Do you have any policy on that? And regarding on the national scale of research infrastructure access, Nick mentions those many agencies have specific topics on research infrastructures. How does the inclusivity of the access of these research infrastructures, is it open also for R&D industry, university at the same levels, meaning the industry just can use things, or do you prioritize, the development of research infrastructures based on research funding? For example, Alison mentioned there has a national priorities research, right? Some of 3 or 4 granted a year, for example. For example, you focus on, let's say, semiconductors for this year. Do you also focus in streamline the focus to develop the research infrastructure based on national topics of research priorities? Thank you.
Alison, would you like to respond to that? Are you still there, Alison? No? Okay. Alison, I think she had to hop on to a next meeting, but we will pass on your question. I think they're a really, really important question. George?
Thank you for those multiple questions, which luckily I've written down, so I don't have to remember. Are they science-based SMEs? I think we would say they're using a STEM, something about them is in STEM, but the actual kind of application may not be seen as sciencey. So yes, we absolutely do work with companies developing food products, for instance. In fact, that's one of the areas that we work in quite a lot. It might be an idea, you might say, oh, what was that? I was writing down some ideas earlier on what might be relevant here. I might make a new tea from guava leaves, something like that. And you would come and say, oh, what's the current situation? Like, are there is there any IP in this section? Or am I free to make it? And if I am, can you help with the process of making it and then give me some so I can go out and try it? So that could be a type of project. But then it can be the other extreme, like we do increasing work with kind of AI companies. One that we've worked with that we really like, they were actually a bunch of dentists. And they have developed a method to take the X-rays and the CT scan and other things, and we help them with the computer generation, computer image AI, so that now they can predict if you're going to have, need to have a dental implant or something, because I'm sure no one here wants to go to the dentist more often than they need to. So that kind of, that would be kind of the higher tech end of the space. We do everything in between. In regards to the incubating the SMEs themselves, or startups, we don't do that within CSIRO, but we have strong relationships with the incubators that are around, because it works both ways. We're helping the startups, but also it's good leads for us. Like, who have they got in their alumni or in their networks at the moment who might benefit from us? So we do spend quite a lot of time going to the incubators, presenting on what we're doing, providing examples, talking to them, going to networking events. So there are lots of incubators in Australia, and like every university has one now for their own spin-outs that they're trying to generate. So it's not somewhere that we need to play in as well. We do have an accelerator within CSIRO, which I think Amelia has probably mentioned lots of times, the ON program sits alongside us. So that's to help teams in universities or in CSIRO who want to commercialize their technology, and they get the support of coaching, mentoring, finding out about the markets, etc. And then if they form businesses, then they can come back into our programs or do other things. And then the last question, I think it was around the type of projects. So yeah, I think, can't tell the exact definitions, but it's research into a new idea with commercial potential, development of a product or service that was developed by the company, or testing of a novel material or technology that the company has also created. So it doesn't have to, they don't have to have a patent, but it does have to be something that you've done, and you still have to be a real business. That's the kind of, yeah. Does that answer the questions? Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Sorry. So I think there's a couple of things I would point to. So one is there's different models, I think, for promoting linkages between industry and government on research, and also to involve university sector. And so in Australia, one of the popular models we have is the Cooperative Research Centre program. And so that's a process where the government will open up to the market and open up to research consortiums and say, we welcome you to put forward proposals for forming a new company, which the government will put money into and industry will put money into to solve a specific research challenge or to solve a specific program challenge as well. So that's one model. But yeah, I think in terms of how we sort of go about national research infrastructure and the roadmap, which you're asking, and sort of do government priorities get set through that? They definitely do. And then through the NCRIS as well, there's also some process to sort of support government priorities too. And we have specific also, in addition to sort of some of the programs I mentioned on the screen, there's also specific like research facilities that will link to the National Research Infrastructure Roadmap, but there's also an advisory council as well. So there is a degree of independence. So it's not just completely driven by government saying this is what we should do. And it's a public consultation process as well, where anyone from the public can make a submission and try and influence what is the process and priority for national research infrastructure as well.
Thank you. Well, that brings us to the end of the session. I'll quickly summarize the 3 or 4 key takeaways. Exciting opportunities to collaborate in the collection world. And potential BRIN CSIRO co-funding for some exciting new projects. Building the next generation of STEM SMEs. And potential, template for Indonesia for cooperative research centers. And I think that's really, really exciting. Can you please put your hands together and thank our wonderful speakers and our discussants.
I love it.
Thank you, Dr. Marilyn Metap. Please remain on the stage because we're going to give the token of appreciation for the presenters. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ajeng Arumsari, Director of Talent Management BRIN, to present the token of appreciation to the presenters of this session 2. The token of appreciation will be given to Nick Acharya, Counselor, Department of Industry, Science and Resources from Australian Embassy, Jakarta. And then to Dr. Corina Paper, Digital Group Leader, National Collection and Marine Infrastructure. And then to Susan Burchill, Program Delivery Manager, CSIRO Education and Outreach. And then to Dr. Nick Acharya, Counselor, Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Australian Embassy, Jakarta. Thank you. And then we're going to have a photo session. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Ibu Amelia Fifield from CSIRO to also come to the stage to present token of appreciation to the panelists. To Director of Scientific Collection Management BRIN, to Director of Talent Management BRIN, to Director of Research and Innovation Funding BRIN, and from Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Director of Research and Community Service. To Pak Arthur, please come to the stage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short afternoon tea break for 10 minutes and please be back by 3:10 for the final session. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, snack dan minuman mohon untuk dibawa ke tempat duduk masing-masing karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, you may bring your refreshment to your seat because we're going to begin the next session. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, dimohon untuk membawa minuman atau snack-snacknya ke meja masing-masing karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the next session shortly. You may bring your refreshment to your table. Thank you.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final session of the symposium. And I have to say that we may have saved the most anticipated one for the last, especially for those of you who are interested and excited about the international collaboration and also hands-on experience abroad. I'm Sakina, and I will be your moderator for the session. So this afternoon, we will dive deep into something that has sparked a lot of interest, the Innovation System Internship Program. This is a rare opportunity, of course, for Indonesian STI managers to gain a first-hand experience working with Australia National Science Agency, CSIRO. Whether you're curious about the application process, the kind of projects that you'll get to work on, or what it's like to be involved in one of the world's leading research ecosystem, this is the session for you. So let's get started. To open this session, I would like to invite our presenters for this session. So different from the previous session, I will invite all the speakers, all the presenters to come join me to the stage. So for our first presenter is Ms. Amelia Fifield. She is currently serving as CSIRO Director for Southeast Asia. Please, Ms. Amelia. And for our second presenter is Ibu Ajeng Arumsari. She is the Director for Talent Management at BRIN. Please welcome Ibu Ajeng. And our last speakers is Mbak Rizky Atika. She is the Junior Science and Technology Development Analyst at the Directorate of Utilization of Research and Innovation for Ministry, Institutions, Society, and MSMEs. And for your information, she is the IC alumni for the last year program. Please welcome Mbak Rizky. So, thank you. We have three beautiful ladies over here. And without further ado, let's begin the session. To start off, I would like to invite Ms. Amelia to share the background and vision behind this exciting initiative. Ms. Amelia, the stage is yours.
Thanks very much, Ibu Sakina. And I think we have some slides to share with the audience as well. But just speaking briefly about the background to this program, you mentioned that our colleague Rizky last year was our very inaugural ISI intern and spent 6 months working alongside our team, some of that time at the Australian Embassy in Jakarta, but Rizky also had an opportunity to undertake a special project for 1 month based in Australia, and I think you will talk about your experiences a bit later on, but had the opportunity to spend some time with our team in Melbourne, some time with our team in Sydney, really to go deep into the breadth of capability that we have at CSIRO around science management. And so this ISI internship program really is, I guess, a credit to Rizky and the great work that she did while she was there to help us scope out what would be of greatest benefit to BRIN and how we can incorporate that into a program of collaboration with CSIRO. So to Rizky in particular, thanks again for joining us. So a little bit about the Innovation Systems Internship Program. Next slide, please. Just by way of overview, this ISI program is to some extent modelled on a previous program that we have successfully delivered for our Data 61 research unit, which is called the Data for Development Fellowships Program. We've delivered 3 cohorts of that program since 2023, and the image that you see on the screen behind me is one of our fellows from BPS, Pak Arif Handoyo, who was doing an internship in Canberra. So that's the image that you see behind, working with his mentor there. But the idea behind the BRIN Fellowships Program, based on discussions with the team here, is that it aims to empower up to 2 high-performing innovation policy managers from BRIN to undertake an internship at CSIRO in Australia. The internship would run for a period of 2 months, and we'll talk through towards the end of the presentation an intended timeline for the program. And the idea is that the program will provide to selected interns an opportunity to advance your professional development by undertaking technical training in Australia, addressing a high-value, complex challenge for your organisation. So as part of the application process, we'll be asking you to identify a particular challenge, and there'll be some materials available online which will provide you with a structure to be able to talk about that challenge and your thinking about how you might approach developing a solution for that challenge and how you would look at integrating that solution when you come back to BRIN as your home agency, and what impact that's likely to have, not just within BRIN, but hopefully also for broader and diverse communities. The other hope that we have for the program is that the networks that you develop will extend beyond the life of the 2-month internship, that this will be the beginning of hopefully long-term engagement with fellow science managers in Australia, not just at CSIRO, but hopefully beyond, and that this will serve to foster long-term institutional partnerships between Indonesia and Australia. Next slide, please. So the program, we hope, will confer a variety of benefits for the selected candidates. Obviously, during the program, you'll receive mentorship from leading experts. So during your application process, we will seek to identify for the selected candidates an appropriate mentor who will be allocated to oversee your project progress whilst you're in Australia. You'll also have exposure to Australian innovation ecosystems. So during your time, you'll be strongly encouraged to participate in a wide range of fora at CSIRO. There are generally regular opportunities to participate in team meetings, in professional development opportunities, and so you will have affiliate access during your time at CSIRO, which will mean that you will have access to all of that sort of internal networks, as well as a mentor who will help to connect you to broader opportunities beyond our own CSIRO organisational opportunities. The intent is that you'll have an opportunity to lead change in BRIN, and so as part of the application process, you will need a letter of support from your supervisor so that we have that, I guess, assurance from the BRIN perspective that the project that you're working on is aligned with Australia Awards Alumni Network, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's a very prestigious network of students who have had the opportunity to study in Australia as guest of the Australian government. It's a very active alumni network, which again, post your training opportunities, confers a whole range of opportunities for further professional development. And ultimately, you'll have the opportunity through this experience to develop real-world impactful solutions to challenges that really matter to BRIN and really matter to Indonesia's, I guess, innovation-led economic development. Next slide, please. So in terms, I think, did we miss one? Oh, yeah. Oh, you need to, thank you. So in terms of the eligibility criteria, obviously you must be a civil servant working at BRIN, and we're looking for somebody who is, I guess, progressing through their career. So we're looking for someone with science management capability that's been proven, so not fresh graduate, but somebody who's advancing in their career. As I described, we're looking for somebody who has full agency support and is obviously eligible to stay in Australia for 2 months and is committed to implementing the project upon your return. We're looking for somebody who has at least basic fluency in English. We won't require a formal test, but if you do have IELTS or an equivalent grading that you're able to include in your application pack, that's helpful. But we will also have a verbal interview, so you'll have an opportunity to demonstrate your understanding of and ability to converse in English so that you're able to get the most out of the experience in Australia. We aim to give priority to Civitas BRIN who have not previously participated in a similar program for equity reasons. And there's a variety of required documentation that you'll see on the screen behind me. So I'll pass to Bu Ajeng to talk a little bit more about some of the technical details of the program.
Thank you, Ms. Amelia. I will continue Ms. Amelia's presentation, but before that, I would like to say thanks to CSIRO for the opening this program for this year. And yeah, it's about the timeline overview. So actually, we already opened this submission period from last week, 24 July, and then it will be open up to the 10 August. And you have to consider that we will not process the application in the outside of the time period. So make sure that you not be late to apply your submission. And then after that, we will do the administrative selection together with the Bureau of the Human Resource Organization, because they have the talent pool about the leadership ability, etc. And then after that, the reviewer from the CSIRO will do the interview for the candidate who already passed in the administrative selection. So maybe in the in the interview session there, you will like make a presentation, make presentation, and then you will be asked about the deep of the proposal, and then your entry program, what the implementation after you go back to BRIN. And then it's the time period for the interview is the 1st to 4th September, and then we hope that in the 5th September we will announce of the selected for the candidates or interns. And then the internship will be started on the 6th October up to the 28th November. So this is next. This is the timeline, so please consider about the timeline period, and you can scan the QR code in the for the submission, and also for the document you can also download in the QR code. And please submit. The deadline is the Friday 10 August, so don't be late to submit your application form, and please make sure you get permission from your family because you have to stay for the 2 months. Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much, Ibu Amelia and also Bu Ajeng. Wow, that is very interesting actually. So that is also important. The last message from Ibu Ajeng. So make sure you have the permission from your family. So yeah, and also that is very interesting. It means that the one who's going to join the internship program will be able to work with George, Dr. Susan, and also Catherine. Wow, that is a very rare opportunity for us. Okay. So the next one we will hear from Mbak Rizky. She is the alumni from the previous IC, from the last year IC program. And it might be quite different from this year program because, of course, thanks to Mbak Rizky, she only got the chance to stay or work in CSIRO for only 1 month. But for this year, we are be able to work at the CSIRO for 2 months. Wow, thank you, Mbak Rizky. So maybe let's hear from Mbak Rizky, share to us your experience. What is it like to be involved and get to work with the experts from the CSIRO?
Thank you so much, Mbak Saki, as for the lovely introduction, and thank you so much, Mbak Amel and Bu Ajeng, to give me the opportunity to study under CSIRO and then also the Connex. Thank you. I would like to thank Connex also, who make this internship happen in for BRIN Civitas. Okay, so next slide. I would like Mbak Amelia already told us about what is Indonesia-Australia Innovation System Internship or EC program. So I would like to shorten the time. I was participating in EC program for 6 months. I spent 1 month in CSIRO Australia and 5 months in Australia Embassy. And in Australia, I was participated in several programs in CSIRO, such as Indo-Plastic Network Symposiums, and then I was visiting several facilities, CSIRO lab facilities in Sydney and Melbourne, and I also got the opportunity to work in one of the co-working space in Sydney, CSIRO Sydney, and then I also mainly I was participating and supporting IPIN program. It is one of CSIRO innovation program that in 3 different countries. Thailand, Indonesia, and also Vietnam. Next slide, please. Okay, so I was really honored to be to get the opportunity to study in CSIRO. So in CSIRO, I was met with Mr. George there, and although there are several innovation programs in CSIRO, and they also really good innovation program, but the one that really resonated with me is SME engagement program, because I was from the directorate that mainly work with SMEs. So we have several or similar program with SMEs engagement program in CSIRO. So in CSIRO, just like Mbak Amelia told us earlier, CSIRO is the first one that when they design the innovation program, they already think about what is the impact for the innovation program. So in this SMEs engagement, the impact is to have economic, environmental, and social impact, such as for the economic is to diversify industrial base, new and established business, develop new or improved products and service, mainly for job creation and international growth. And then for environmental, is to solve Australia's greatest challenge, including net zero, circular economy, and sustainable agriculture. And then for social is for maintaining and increasing standard of living for all Australians through growth in skilled employment. And then why CSIRO Innovation System Program is developed to boost industry impact, sustainability, and skilled job in Australia and Indo-Pacific region. And the result is for the stronger, more resilient industry and improved livelihood, paving the way for inclusive growth and long-term prosperity. And then the outcome, of course, to build a connected industry and R&D ecosystem in which SMEs effectively collaborate with researchers to deliver industry-focused outcomes, driving Australian economic complexity, employment, and growth. And also, in every innovation program, there are a challenge. And the challenge for this program, one of them is mainly to match the SMEs and researchers from CSIRO. But the teams, Mr. George's team, and also the SME Connect team, always done the best to facilitate and collaboration, collaboration, convincing the researchers that by helping the SMEs become competitive and innovative as possible, they could contribute to Australia economy growth in the long run. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so there are several, Mr. just already explained this earlier. So maybe we don't have to explain this very long. So there are several SME engagement program actually in SME Connect, but the one that really have a similar with BRIN's program is Innovate to Grow, Generation STEM Links, New South Wales, and CSIRO Kickstart. Next, please. This is SME's engagement in BRIN. We have PKP RIM, PUMI, PR, and Technopreneur Assistance. So the one that collaborating with Bu Ajeng and Mbak Saki's place, which is a Directorate Management of Talent. And this is for the fresh graduates that want to find the idea or create the idea or commercialize one of research and innovation that comes from within BRIN that really resonates with them. And then so that they can become a research and innovation-based entrepreneur. And the duration of the program is 6 months. The scope of facilitation is for idea creation or pre-incubation. And then mainly they will collaborate with the researcher that they find something that they passionate about, maybe the first one is with University of Telkom, ya Mbak ya. University of Telkom, with research center for the electronica and computer in Bandung. And then the selection process, of course, a proposal, and then the output is fresh graduates able to drive the translation of research into commercial outcomes. And for the PR is to scientifically proven grassroots innovation. And then for PUMI, we would like to upscaling MSMEs, and this is a similar program like CSIRO Kickstarts. And then for PKPRIM, this is almost the similar program like Innovate to Grow. The difference is Innovate to Grow is a free online training program to understand how R&D can benefit business. Whereas the PKPRIM, we do it offline. We come to the community, we come to general society, SMEs, institution, or government, and then we equip them with research and innovation from BRIN. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, there are several lessons that I've got from CSIRO. So while I was there, I got the information that almost all innovation program in CSIRO, at least the business aspect of the program, is delivered by external partner, such as in IPIN, is delivered by Secumus and something like that. And then the innovation project in CSIRO must identify the economic, environmental, and social impact first before they starting the project. And then the funding aspect for the SME engagement is either done with matching fund with the SMEs or collaborate with other stakeholders. And then IP or intellectual property is the primary output of CSIRO. So all the staff and CSIRO affiliate are expected to disclose inventions or other registrable IPs to the IP manager. So they're really, really strict with their IP here. And CSIRO is really keen on translating their research and innovation into commercialized outcome, so much that they have their own commercialization team and have their own market research teams called BEST. And CSIRO also have venture capital and as well as endowment fund to fund their commercialization project. And then they also encourage a collaboration with industry, university, government, SMEs, or other stakeholders to deliver outcomes and ensuring their research are funded and utilized by the beneficiary. So these are the various commercialization methods in CSIRO. They have selling IP, licensing for royalty, research for equity, joint venture, proto-business models, spin out, and employee. So they're really, as I said, they're really keen on translating their research and innovation to the society and to, make a CSIRO sustainable, to make a sustainable CSIRO. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the program that I was participating and supporting. It is called the IPIN program. I was there for 6 months. I was supporting and participating in this program for 6 months, and then I joined several programs with there. So IPIN program is an Indo-Pacific Plastic Innovation Network. This is one of the incubation and accelerator program within CSIRO that help collaborative regional network to bridge the gap between research, entrepreneurship, and investment to redefine plastic life cycle and create circular economy. So the IPIN program is strictly to decreasing the use of plastic in the Indo-Pacific region. IPIN is supported, of course, by Australian government and implemented by CSIRO in partnership with governments in Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and it is running by Second Muse. So the IPIN program consists of 2 programs, incubator and accelerator. Incubator is to make idea validation, market discovery, and product market fit, whereas the accelerator plus focusing on creating new venture creation. establish and expand their business through a curated program. And IPIN program, most of the program is delivered online, except for demo day. So this is me when I joined one of the program of IPIN, which is Investor Insights. All of it are done online within 3 different countries. So in Thailand, with Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, all together. And then for the demo day, where the participants showcasing the solution, the demo day is held in the respective country. So if it is for Indonesia chapter, they run it in Indonesia. In Vietnam, they run in Vietnam. And Thailand, they run in Thailand. Okay, next slide, please. And also when I was in Australia, I joined Ending Plastic Waste Symposium. This is a pentaholic collaboration to showcase the latest science and technology research across the plastic waste ecosystem and provide opportunities to foster connection and future partnership. And also joined the symposium Pak Nugroho from the LCA Research Center. Next, please. So this is lab, CSIRO lab and facilities. We have a Linfield Collaboration Hub is for dedicated space for hardware startups and SMEs to develop unique high-tech products at affordable rates. And also they have a Food Innovation Center is to conduct food and beverage R&D, food and agriculture, not only to be R&D, but also to support industry, companies, and SMEs with advanced equipment to develop high-value product for both an established market. And then the last is Flow Work Center for Industrial First Semester. It is in Melbourne, in Clayton site. It is the lab facility for flow chemistry. Actually, I don't really understand because my background is not in chemistry, but the flow work develops scalable and safe chemical process using the flow chemistry, and they collaborate with the industry to transfer their knowledge and technology through a series of services. So almost in these 3 facilities, they have one similarity, which is to transfer their R&D and to transfer their knowledge to this society, to the industry and companies and SMEs, so that their research and innovation is beneficial for the people in Australia. Next, please. This is the demo day. I was participated in 3 countries, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. This is my first experience in supporting international demo day project. I was there to understand the 3 countries' approach on waste management and reducing plastic consumption through the startup program, and then understanding the different process of managing startup and demo day in 3 different countries. Next, please. This is the suggested area for today's IEC, for this year EC. If you want to, you can maybe tap in IP commercialization valuation, or maybe in research and innovation market analysis, or maybe you can tap in innovation facility and infrastructure, and also the commercialization program at CSIRO. Next, please. This is the challenge and how IPIN team supports me to overcome the challenge. I'm sorry, this is a bit cringe, but when I was in CSIRO, the working environment is full remote. So even when I was in Australia, we also communicate with the IPIN team through MS Team or through remote. And this is a challenge for me, totally full remote working, because I was never met the person behind the camera of IPIN team. And then of course cultural differences, because all of them are for Thailand, Vietnam, and Australia, of course, there are Mbak Amelia, Andrea, and also Kim, and also from Singapore. So it's not really, it's really not really, but it's challenging to find a way to express myself in this new environment. And then, of course, language barrier, because I still pretty much struggle with English because it's not my second language. And then, of course, IPIN busy period. IPIN in this 6-month period is really busy, wherever to managing several startups from 3 countries, and then to managing the demo day, and then of course I was also have to maintain and coordinate my project objective is quite challenging. But of course, the full support from the team made it possible for me to overcome the challenge. Next, please. Okay, recommendation for BRIN from the one that lesson that I learned from CSIRO earlier. We saw the Leanfield Innovation Program, and then we actually have several facilities such as in Puspitek that can be utilized for the collaboration hub. And then we also know that CSIRO delivered their innovation program with the help of external parties. So maybe BRIN can, maybe BRIN can implement those as well, so that CSIRO can focus on their core business and let the program delivered by the expert in the business case. And also BRIN needs to set up a technology transfer office that can help industry connect with our research center or research organization conveniently. And then BRIN also need to establish business units specializing in market research analysis, because so that they can help the researcher to find the latest market trend on technology and research, analyzing the market or economic value of BRIN innovation, and help validating the research idea before they even create it. And the last is because we need market research. Why we need market research analysis business unit? Because BRIN researchers need to consider the market of their research when creating the research proposal, and begin to cooperate with industry and try to solve the problem with research and technology. Okay, next. And this is the team. When I was in CSIRO and IPIN, we have IPIN team here, and then when I was in Indonesia Demo Day, and then with DFET team, Mbak Ria, Mbak Cynthia, and then Mbak Velia also, who already in Melbourne right now. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Next, please. Okay, thank you. And it is a really honor for me to join the IPIN IC program. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Mbak Rizky. Wow, that is quite an experience living and also working with the CSIRO team. I would like to open the question session. I will open the question and answer session for only 3 persons due to the time limitation. So especially for those of you who are very keen to join this program, it is your opportunity to ask a lot about this program, and maybe about how is Mbak Rizky, how was Mbak Rizky in adapting in the working culture in CSIRO. And I bet it's very different, right? Working culture over there and also here. Okay, so I will be opening the question and answer session for 3%. Anyone, please? Okay, and also you are allowed to ask in bahasa because Ibu Amelia over here, she can talk bahasa fluently, right, Ibu Amelia? So it's okay, do not hesitate to ask. Boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia, please, everyone. Yes. And for your information, we will be also opening the class tomorrow for the master class. If you want to dig further, dig deeper about the research, resource management, or about the innovation policy, tomorrow we will have the master class, and also we will have the one-on-one meeting. So please don't miss it. If you're still struggling with, in writing the ICP, the idea concept paper, it's okay. You can consult with the experts tomorrow. Or maybe, if I may, can I ask? So you were working with George in Australia. Can I ask George, please? How do you think this program? Maybe also, how do you think this program can give benefit to both sides, mutually beneficial to both sides, and also how was risky?
So, excuse me. So unfortunately, Risky and we didn't work together for a long period, like in the IPIN program. But we had conversations around like what we were doing, and then Risky was asking lots of questions. So it wasn't a long engagement. But we have had interns from other parts of CSIRO join our team before. In particular, actually, we take research scientists who are interested in working in the more business side of science rather than being in the lab all the time. So I would encourage anyone who is in the research area in particular, but is interested in learning a bit more about what it's like to talk to businesses and bring people in and go to events more. They'd be really valued in our team. And I think it enables, excuse me, people to get a better understanding of what it's like to engage with industry, because a lot of researchers don't get to talk to industry very much, so they get the experience. And I'm sure, as Risky notes, even in the IPIN program, you're finding out information about companies, and it's really interesting. It's not something you would find out in your day job. So we would welcome anyone with a curious mind, anyone who wants to find out a little bit more what it's like sat behind a desk, and also anyone that just is interested in hearing about science and technology, because that's the cool things that you hear about every day, these ideas and things that you didn't know anything about. So that's what, yeah.
So thank you, George. So it's open for everyone. And for your information, for this year, IC program is not limited to only about the hilarization of the translation of the research to the MSMEs or society, but it's also open for the innovation policy, and also for the strategic foresight, and also the research infrastructure, how to manage the research resources. So it is very widely open for us. I think it is a very great and rare opportunity for us, since we are also, BRIN is also just having the 4th birthday just a few months ago, and it's still, we take the baby steps now, and it is, I think this is the most appropriate time for us to learn from the experts. So are you sure that there's no question? Okay, we have one person, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nungki, and I am from Directorate of Research Funding. And what I would like to ask, we know that we will be selection process for this internship, but and maybe the first step, tomorrow we will hear or have discussions about research funding and research and innovation policy. But then what actually we needed to prepare, is it right, idea concept paper, but is it already in the specific area, or we can just have some outline about the big ideas and we will discuss it, maybe have some input from you on Friday? That's the first question. And for Ms. Rizky, well, you've already has this internship, so what do you suggest for maybe the targeted participants right now? What the tips and tricks for us maybe to successfully apply this internship? Thank you.
Test, test. Test. Thank you very much for the question, and I'll have the first go at answering, and happy to hear from other panelists as well. In regards to the next few days, so as Bu Sakina has emphasised, tomorrow we have our masterclass series, and then on Friday we have those one-on-one meetings. And it is an opportunity for you to just start thinking about the proposal that you want to put forward. In the documentation pack that Bu Ajeng shared during her presentation, there is some guidelines about how to prepare your one-page proposal, but over the next couple of days you have an opportunity to just start workshopping your early thinking with our experts who are here from CSIRO, and so we'd strongly encourage you to come to particularly the networking session on Friday, just with that ICP, a couple of lines that outline what you're thinking about, maybe a challenge that you're facing from a science management perspective in your unit that you would be interested in exploring with some of our professionals from CSIRO. And then they'll have the opportunity to give you some input. You can help shape that idea together. And then you'll write that up as a formal proposal using the template in the project documentation. So I hope that's helpful. And I'll pass to Mbak Rizky for comment.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nungki, for the question. It is about the tips and tricks to apply to the IC internship. So for this year, it's a bit different from my my IC internship. The application is really a bit different, but what I could suggest you, maybe you could find the gap between BRIN and what CSIRO has. Maybe what is the one that BRIN lacks, but CSIRO have. So that when you find the problem, the gap it is, then you can search the solution within the CSIRO. So if it is feasible to implement in BRIN, you can also state how you could implement all of the thing that you already find out when you are when you will study about innovation policy in CSIRO. Okay. Thank you. Pass it to the moderator again.
Okay, I think that is the tips and tricks. You need to identify now what is the lack that BRIN doesn't have, but CSIRO have.
Yeah,
so,
the gap between
yes.
CSIRO and BRIN.
And for the next question, do we have another person to ask the question? I think everyone is busy now thinking about the idea concept paper that they are going to write. So I think that will be the end of our session today, and that is also very nice having you here, Ms. Amelia, and also the CSIRO team, and also Koneksi, and also Ibu Ajeng and Mbak Rizky. Thank you very much. And so maybe good luck for everyone for tomorrow and also the day after tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sakina. Ibu Amalia Fifield, please remain on the stage. And now I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Abdul Holik, Director of Intellectual Property Management, to present token of appreciation to Ibu Amelia Fifield from CSIRO. Thank you very much. That was the end of session 3 for today's symposium. And now, to close the symposium, we would like to invite Ms. Jana Seehart, Team Leader of Koneksi, to deliver the closing remarks. To Ibu Jana, time is yours.
Selamat sore, semoga tetap semangat ya di sesi terakhir. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Koneksi, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to BRIN, DFAT, and CSIRO for the successful implementation of the Indonesia-Australia Science Management and Innovation Symposium. This symposium has been in preparation for several months, and it is a pleasure to see it come to fruition. Together, we have strived for an exchange of ideas and experiences from Australia and Indonesia to advance science, management, and innovation in both countries and promote collaborative partnerships. Today's panels reflected this spirit, bringing together experts from CSIRO and discussants from BRIN, Bapanas, and Kemdikbudristek. Two of the topics discussed, innovation policy and research resource management, are central to a strong innovation ecosystem and collaborative research partnerships. Innovation policy serves as a bridge between national development goals and the broader innovation ecosystem. Research resource management is crucial because governments often need to invest early, well before initiatives become viable to the private sector. Through our collaboration with CSIRO, we hope to contribute to Indonesia's goal to strengthen the link between research and commercialization. This approach, supporting institutional partnerships between Australia and Indonesia, is one way Koneksi contributes to the achievement of Indonesia's RPJMN goals. We also hope that today's symposium paves the way for research to create tangible impacts for industries and communities, in addition to producing academic and scientific breakthroughs. Before I close, I would like to take a moment to offer special thanks to Bapak Agus Haryono of BRIN. Thank you for BRIN's leadership and vision in guiding Indonesia's innovation agenda, and to Pak Arthur for spearheading this symposium and closely coordinating Koneksi's engagement with BRIN. To Bapak Simon Flores, Ibu Ria Arif, and the KTP team at DFAT, thank you for your support and for consistently reminding us that partnership is grounded in trust and shared purpose. To Ibu Amelia Fifield, your commitment to connecting CSIRO's expertise and Indonesia's priorities has set a positive tone for this collaboration from the very beginning. To the CSIRO delegation, it's been lovely to meet all of you and learn about your areas of expertise, and also to our BRIN colleagues who served as hosts. Thank you for the open collaboration and discussion over the past several days, and will continue tomorrow. It's been a privilege to see the two-way learning, BRIN learning from CSIRO and also CSIRO learning from BRIN as well. To the Koneksi team, thank you for your support and coordination of this collaboration. And to all the moderators, panelists, discussants, and participants today, thank you for your commitment to research and innovation for development. Once again, on behalf of Koneksi, thank you for your participation. And sesuai tradisi yang dimulai dengan Pak Agus, dilanjutkan oleh Pak Simon Flores, dan akan dilanjutkan oleh Koneksi. I have a short pantun, mohon dijawab dengan, dibantu dengan cakep. But the pantun is dalam bahasa Inggris ya, jangan sampai bingung ya. Today ends our symposium. Cakep. A day well spent in the auditorium. With BRIN, DFAT, CSIRO, and Koneksi in harmony, advancing science with heart and strategy. Terima kasih dan selamat atas pelaksanaan simposium dengan sukses.
Thank you very much, Ibu Jana. That was very great pantun. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've come to the end of today's Science Management and Innovation Symposium 2025, on behalf of BRIN, CSIRO, and Koneksi team, I would like sincerely thanks to all presenters, moderators, panelists, and participants for your contribution for today's symposium. Have a wonderful afternoon and see you tomorrow. Thank you.